Okay, we are live, boys and girls, and Saturday Night at the Atheist, and the guys that wanted me to do this are nowhere to be seen. They're not around. The ones that say, "Hey, we should restart immutable and whatever." But
yeah, where's the immutable? Did I make him mad?
Yes. How did you do that? How did you make him mad?
I must have. He's not here. He doesn't want to join us.
Really? So I've got this. Okay, so
you've made me mad.
Oh, nice. I see. Okay, I'm learning this StreamYard.
I know. I was glad to see that you learned how to do that, and we got to see Brain Bug's big praying mantises and things.
Okay, it wasn't me that learned how. Walker did it for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he couldn't even explain to me how to do it. And
should.
I kind of figured it out myself. You do that.
Every child is born knowing how to move windows around.
And then I didn't know that it was like a drag and drop thing. So,
well, very cool. I'm glad you learned that skill.
I've learned a new skill, and this is wonderful. The reason it took me so long to get my coffee is that I used I think 3 cups of coffee in a cup. 3 cups of grounds, and my French press plugged up, and I had to hand squeeze it through linen in order to squeeze the grounds out of it. And then a couple of drops got on my counter, and they burned a hole through my counter.
Whoa!
And I put like a half a cup of cream in it, and it's still pretty black.
So how many nicotine drops do you put in?
I put a couple of grams of straight up, pharmaceutical grade nicotine.
Okay.
Just to for good measure. Okay, I also changed the cat litter today, and when you get that shit in your lungs, I think it expands. I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't drop cat litter.
Yeah, breathing or snorting cat litter is not recommended.
Yeah. This
channel does not advocate snorting cat litter.
Is yours the traditional clay stuff, or is it that
the new shit that they're putting out? The clumping or whatever. What is that made out of?
I don't know.
Oh my!
I don't have a cat, so
my doctor might find out. My doctor may have to tell me what it's made out of. Because I ingested a whole bunch of it tonight. I've been coughing constantly. What happened to Athena?
I don't know.
He sneezed and disappeared. He blew his internet out.
That's right. He just exploded.
Yep. And I invited a whole bunch of people, but nobody's fucking showed up. Anyway, I just wanted to...
Dr. Dan even poked his head up. So what's the topic about? I thought, man, I feel pressured to impress Dr. Dan.
Yeah, I don't know. Topics on Saturday Night at the Atheist are kind of hard to find.
Yeah, they could be ad hoc. It's just free flow.
So today... Okay, I want to point out that today on the weather report, we complimented Otangelo because he heard the Benny Hill theme song, and he said, "Oh my, I have my own theme song every time I appear." And so I thought he was pretty happy about that. But then he sent me this email today. "You are full of fools and clowns in the house, but I am not one of them. So thanks that you will not continue to put that idiotic music when I appear." And
I happen to like yakety sax.
Yeah, we all like it, and we don't get an opportunity to play it. And you're just I better fucking take that down. You better not cheat us out of this. I mean, you better not rage quit on us, because
I know it's a very happy song.
It is a happy song, and it always signals everybody that you're in the chat, and that way people can come from far and wide and observe your brilliance. So tomorrow we're going to be observing some brilliance from Otangelo, and Demeter and him are going to have a conversation.
Now, is that at 3:30? You said Central.
2:30 Central.
2:30 Central. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to start the weather report at 2, and just hopefully somebody will come on and fill a half an hour. But I think Otangelo is going to be 3:30 or 2:30.
And I did see where Dapper Dino has that talk with him next Saturday. I thought it was today for some reason.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be on falsification in the scientific method.
Yep. I was watching for that. So what the hell? So Nephilim Free is doing his evolution experiment again. I wonder if I can do it this way. Is this a good way to do it? I don't know. He won't tell us what it is because no evolutionists have popped up. So he won't tell us what it is. It's
an experiment, but you have to show up at his stream to
do it.
Hey guys.
David, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good. We're trying to figure out what Neph's evolutionist experiment is, because he's doing that. And let's see. Then the other thing is there's a debate going on right now on Standing's channel, I think, between Luca and Standing for Truth. That's happening right now. So,
yeah, I had to jump in. I had to jump in before you guys changed the subject from Montangelo. We went at it a little bit on chat yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Okay.
During the weather report?
Yeah, we were in chat, and it was funny. What happened was I asked Lena, she was in chat, and I wasn't sure if she was a young Earth. So I asked her if she was.
Right.
So and I was, having a little conversation with her. And, I made the mistake, of course, of saying that creationists deny evolution, because we were talking about, do you accept evolution, deny it, or whatever. So I had made the mistake of saying that, most creationists deny evolution completely, which obviously is a mistake on my part, because they have their special science, about all about that, right? So I just made that mistake, and Tangelo jumped all over that. And, oh, we don't accept it. You're misrepresenting us. And he called me a liar, and he said I was defaming creationists, and it was pretty bad. So that's how that started, anyway.
Well, Erica might hop in. So anyway, I wanted to also so that was in my chat yesterday.
Yeah,
we could review that if I do have that chat captured.
Oh, as a matter of fact, after that, that's why I called him a dickhead earlier today in the weather report.
Okay. Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, because how ridiculous. Okay, I said most creationists deny evolution 100%, which obviously, it was a mistake. But to call me a liar and defaming people, I mean, really, that's maybe misrepresenting, but geez, I mean, I think he went a little overboard there.
Yeah.
He gets a little testy.
Yeah.
Filter.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't get overly testy, because I am not going to stop the Benny Hill theme song, because I just love it too much. And I don't know if anybody knows this about me, but the best way to get me to do something on my channel is not to email me and ask me to do it, or demand that I do it, right? Because if you email me and demand that I do it, it's going to be right in the forefront of my brain, and that means I'm going to do it all the time. I'm going to constantly do it. So it's just kind of the way things work in my brain. So I can't help it.
Anyway, so I had gone back and watched the stream again, because I wanted to read my comments and say, oh, what did I actually couldn't remember exactly what I said, So I went back and looked at it, and I think Tangelo went on there and deleted all of his, because none of his were on there. So I assume he did that.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, did it say it had been deleted or removed?
It didn't. It's just all of his comments were completely deleted.
Well, sometimes when I'm on when I'm on a live chat with him, I can't see his stuff, and other people will be talking to him, but I cannot see him. So I think he does something to block me, because
unless it was just because he's got me blocked and I can't see them. I assume, I don't know, but it was
Yeah.
just his. So maybe it was just that, I guess. I wasn't sure, but.
So that was yesterday's weather report that you said you couldn't see the chat from?
Yeah, it was yesterday's. But I think, like you said, I think he has me blocked, I assume. So that's probably why like I said, when I went and rewatched it, just his are gone. So I assume that it eliminated me. When he blocks me, it eliminates, I can't see his comments. I assume maybe that's it. I don't know. Unless he erased them. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Interesting. Let me check something here.
But like I said, when I went and rewatched it, because I wanted to see the comments, and then I realized none of his comments were on there at all. At least when I watched it.
Let's see here. First, code means a coder. Is that the one? Is that the right chat?
Yeah, it would be, or the 15th.
Okay. So this is, wait a minute. Okay.
Weather report for the 15th. It would be on.
So I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
Typical Christian warrior. I'm trying to pull some chats up here. So there's Otangelo. Okay. So they're not deleted. So I have them.
Yeah.
I have them all.
Yeah. I don't really care. I could care less. When I went and looked at it, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. All of his comments are gone. Why is that? I was like, because obviously, like when I go on it, I could delete mine, I believe, after the fact, but I don't know what that does for everybody else.
Yeah.
Like I could click on my messages if I go back and rewatch it, I can click on the message and delete it, but I don't know what that does for everybody else. If it stays, I assume it deletes it completely. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never done it. So I was.
It's immutable.
So Jay
So I guess he's not mad at me.
We have Jay Pasick in the side chat.
We do.
We have Creation Miss in the side chat. How's it going?
We have Erica.
Good buddy. We have Zig Gibbon in the side chat. And none of those three amazing individuals has taken themselves upon the opportunity to join this stream. I am offended. I truly am.
I know we are really offended.
This is astounding. That
Erica said she would come on if she can. So apparently there's something. Maybe her dogs are preventing her from getting to the computer.
They don't love us.
And Dan apparently wants to feel like he can contribute something to the discussion before he comes on.
Trust me. Look.
Take it up a level.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you.
Contribute anything to the conversation as long as you're not Otangelo.
Right.
Oh, I think that's the first time I have ever heard Immutable speak the phrase "shut the fuck up."
I did it
that firmly.
I did it to somebody. I think it was to you, Immutable, wasn't it, the other day?
Probably.
Shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Speed, there was something else I want to tell you. You may have missed the comment that I put in chat earlier today. One little tidbit I picked up on Joel. He inadvertently basically said he was a cable installer. I was listening to a stream that he was on just I don't know, yesterday or the day before or something.
Joel said that?
Yeah, he inadvertently basically admitted. He inadvertently admitted that he was a cable installer. Let me explain. I don't know. That's kind of the impression I got. But what happened was he was talking about cable, like his cable was giving him a little bit of trouble. It was like going in and out or something. And he was talking to someone. He's, "Oh, I'm having trouble with my cable, and I can't fix it. I don't know what's wrong with it. And I left all my tools at work." So just based on that, it's like, I left all my cable tools at work.
Oh, man.
To me, I'm a cable installer.
Or it's just him trying to play that he's an expert in another thing he's actually not a fucking expert in. Because even without his tools, he should have been able to say, well, this is what the problem is. I just don't have the capability of fixing it. He's claimed he's what was it? Mutable and organic or an inorganic chemist, one of the two?
Inorganic chemist.
He claimed he was a plasma physicist. He claimed he was a theoretical physicist. He's claimed he's like 3 or 4 or 5 different things, none of which he actually is.
He claimed,
easily be another thing.
He claimed to have done what was it, general relativity for like NASA or something.
Yes,
Like,
and Immutable asked him what a tensor was, and the dude pretty much admitted that he didn't know.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know like general relativity was just like what NASA was looking for. I'm pretty sure everybody that does aerospace learns general fucking relativity.
Yeah,
there's something really interesting about that, and that is, if you find his public LinkedIn profile, it says at SpaceX that he installed Ethernet.
Right, exactly. That's why
that makes a lot of sense.
I said it. We all know he's a cable installer, so that's why I said that, and I think that's what he actually does.
Yeah.
So he was on a contract to install cable at SpaceX, and that makes him a SpaceX employee.
Yeah, and then he said he talked to Musk, and he launched rockets, and he used relativity to launch rockets and all that shit. I mean, he talks about Elon was telling us, the other day, all this bullshit, and it's like, oh my god, he's cable installed.
I just when he had mentioned that he had worked with general relativity, I can't remember. Me and Immutable were in that stream. I think it was on LPP's channel, but I might be wrong. And I just started laughing. And Immutable's like, Joel, do you know what a tensor is? And he made some statement. He didn't answer the question. He made I think it's the statement that he used. He said, well, that's just, the school stuff that doesn't really matter. And Immutable's like, you can't do general relativity. Like, tensor calculus is one of the most basic aspects of it. And then he just kind of kept trying to dodge answering the question. I'm just laughing my ass off. That's when I knew for a fact this guy didn't know a goddamn thing about physics.
Because I didn't even ask him like what the fuck a covariant derivative or contravariant derivative is. I'm just like, do you know what a tensor is?
Yeah.
Because if you can't answer that question, we're gonna have some big fucking issues trying to do. We're gonna have some issues down the road trying to do some of the other hard stuff.
Yeah.
So Erica's eating Mexican foot. I've never had that. I've never had that.
Do you put hot sauce on that, or?
I like pig's feet, but I've never had Mexican foot. I don't know.
So what paper are we seeing right here?
Anyway, okay. So Kurland did a paper that Sal's been going over.
Oh, this is from Sal. Okay.
Yeah, and you can guess why he picked this paper. What he Googled for.
Oh, gee, I wonder what it is. I wonder the reason why this paper.
I wonder why he picked this paper.
Why?
So anyway, he was going over this paper, and then he at the very end of it. Okay, so the upshot of the paper is that they did a bunch of phylogenetic analysis on proteomes for different parts of the eukaryotic cell, and they found a problem with the standard story about endosymbiosis, right? So they found problems that didn't look like they were solved, and they had a hypothesis that there was a proto-eukaryote that did not have mitochondria, and that was actually what ingested the mitochondria, not a prokaryote, right? Mm-hmm. So they found a difference. So he went through this entire paper where they're talking about using phylogenetic analysis on proteomes. And then he said this at the end of it, and I just want to play this one little clip from it. And because these fucking creationists, I don't know what is in their brains, but
so
is it working?
It is encouraging to see.
It's not working.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
play it. If you can't hear it, nobody in here cares because we all can.
Really?
Yes, Michael, fucking play it.
Oh shit! No. I had to unmute the site so that I could hear.
Wow.
It. Okay. Sorry.
Wow.
Production values are us.
Paper like this that really tells it like it is, and even if one assumes.
Okay, he's really excited that this paper was real honest. These are honest evolutionists. Okay.
The symbiotic events, and also homology between some eukaryotic proteins. Archaeal and bacterial proteins. This is still not an explanation for what makes a eukaryote. Phylogenetic reconstructions are are really not explanations.
That's actually an answerable question.
How does something evolve?
Okay, listen to that again.
They're not intended to be. Oh, Jesus!
You forgot to say nobody said foreskin. Now shut the fuck up,
Michael. It's implied. Shut up.
Okay, hang on. Listen to this again. He read an entire paper on phylogenetic analysis, and he has this to say about it.
So again, phylogenetic reconstructions are just worthless garbage pretending to be science.
Okay. So the whole paper, the whole paper is about phylogenetic reconstructions. And what he got out of it, he liked the results of the paper, which poked holes in the endosymbiosis theory, right? But what he got out of it is that, it's garbage. So the entire paper is obviously garbage. So if the paper used that to make that case, then why is he agreeing with the case if it's fucking garbage? I mean,
the fun thing about that is he just dismantled a lot of creationists as well, because creationists also rely on like phylogenetic trees because
for the kinds.
Yeah, because the biggest point about that is like phylogenetic trees are used like by creationists to predict how they think like species would have diversified. And of course phylogenetic models aren't proof of like something actually being like of a direct lineage. That's not its point. Like it's a statistical measure of relatedness based on like several factors. I'm pretty sure like in the introduction of that paper that he supposedly read that it would have explained that to him.
Right.
I guess either that or he didn't understand it or he's purposefully misrepresenting it.
I mean, I don't know what creationists mean when they say they've read a paper, because Maddox is said to claim to have read like several papers too.
Arcangelo, Standing, all of them, and literally all of them completely misrepresent the actual conclusions or the research that is reached in almost every paper I've seen. I think maybe less than a handful of times, I've met a creationist who accurately portrayed the information that is given in the technical literature that they're citing.
I mean, the more so it's the fact that like I've like Maddox will cite a paper, for instance, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, great. Like, let's see what the paper actually fucking says. And you go to like one of the first paragraphs in the introduction or the abstract, and it says like the direct opposite freaking thing.
Yes.
And it's like, how do you claim to have read this? Like when what you're claiming about the paper like contradicts what the paper actually says.
Yes, as it concerns specifically papers that Mad Max cites, Erica is an expert on that because she's gone through, at least as they relate to like biology and abiogenesis and all that. I don't know if she's done any, because I know he cited some physics papers and stuff. She's gone through almost all of them, and thus far she said that I don't think she's found one that Maddox has accurately represented. Maybe little bits and pieces of it, but in terms of what the whole paper is stating, it has not been what Maddox has said that it states.
Yeah.
I've read some of the chemistry stuff that Maddox has put into his folder, like the stuff that pertains to abiogenesis, and some of it is like reviewing like various chemical pathways, and it's noting that there's certain gaps in our knowledge or there's certain discrepancies that need to be accounted for. And like the title of the paper will have like a provoking sounding title, like, problems for, for a hydrothermal vent origin of life or something like that. And you can tell, like, by the way that creationists make some of their arguments that the title is the only thing they've read.
Yeah. Yes. Like I've said, at best, the most that any creationist has actually read of any technical literature that's not being written by creationists is just a title, maybe the abstract, potentially like a conclusions section, but still you have to tackle with the fact that they are almost certainly cherry picking, quote mining, or utterly misrepresenting what the literature is saying.
Yeah. Also, it's not a paper; it's a review, and And then there's this other paper that I just put up that I found when I searched for Kurland, and they probably reference him.
Are these in the side chat or somewhere?
I put the name of the first paper in the side chat, but I didn't have the link to it. This one, I can put the name. Changing Ideas. I'll go and try to find this one.
So
anyway,
these authors, like of that first paper, Kurland and those other two, they're solid first-rate scientists.
Yeah, that was from 2006.
Okay.
And this one is, let's see, this is 2014. So this is a little newer, and they have what did we think before? So basically, we're still working on this because the origin of eukaryotic cells is a hell of a problem. So I mean,
one of these papers is from 2006.
This one's from 2015. The one that Cell read is from 2006. So this is much newer, and they're talking about some of the same things. And I believe if I do a search here for Kurland,
what's its name?
Okay, Kurland and Collins and Penny. So anyway, they referenced Kurland here in this paper, and this is a newer paper. And I thought I would read this one too, but I'm not ready to comment on either paper yet because the Kurland paper requires a lot of work to really understand what's being said. And I'll show the title right there, Dan. I have a link to it here. Hold on, let's see if I can find it for you. Let's see, Genomics and the Irreducible Nature of.
Is it 2015 or is it 2020? The Changing Ideas about Eukaryotic Origins.
That's 2015, I believe. Okay, so this one is by Kurland, and I'm putting the link for Kurland 2006 in the side chat. And now the other one, the one I just found here. Changing Ideas about Eukaryotic Origins. Oh shit. That one is a PDF. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll put the PDF link in the public chat. Okay, that will directly download the second paper that I'm showing right now. And this looks like a good read. I mean, because we do have changing ideas about it. And what Cell got from that is, this matches the creationist story. It just happened, right? Which goes back to the little cartoon I put on the icon for this video. So
one of the problems is, and Immutable has outlined this at least half a dozen times already, is that they'll read a paper and point to where the paper says there's some problem without reading the rest of it to see how they're proposing a potential solution to the problem or have actually presented work that does solve the problem. They just cite that there's a problem and then run with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that's the structure of a lot of papers as well. Is, like, most papers will actually, like, name the issue that's of contention and explain, like, how their experiment is attempting to solve it or, something like that. That's typically, like, general structure for, some papers to at least give whoever they're communicating to something of a glimmer of like what's actually being addressed with the paper.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, it's like that's fairly par for the course in terms of like what
technical literature.
Like what technical literature does.
There's a good point right here.
Inferring ancient events from small amounts of data using methods that are not completely up to the job is unlikely to be error-free, and some views will no doubt change again. That just sounds like science.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
That's what the process of science is at its core. And I think that's what, unfortunately, I think that's what bothers creationists is that, science as a process changes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perspective when we gather experimental evidence that suggests, that our current explanation is wrong.
It's the whole biblical mindset. They believe that the Bible tells them the whole story, so they know all the facts. So they have absolute knowledge, and they can't understand why scientists don't think the same way they do.
Well, one of the things about science is you can start collecting data on something and it's leading you down the left, the path that goes off to the left. And then you capture some data, you publish it, you peer review it, you peer review it, you peer review it, you peer review it because it's just out of the ordinary. And it takes you, boom, hard right there. A good example is electromagnetism. We would not have relativity, and I'm sure Immutable knows this, maybe some others. We would not have relativity if it weren't for electromagnetism, because we could not explain the symmetries that arose in electromagnetism without appealing to special relativity. So special relativity was one of Einstein's solutions. Lorentz worked on one before, and that was Lorentzian relativity. Some people still hold to it. It's not. But anyway, Einstein developed that because there were problems with explaining the symmetries in relativity. We thought with like Newtonian mechanics and classical mechanics, we had it all figured out. Everything's good. Physics is almost over. Boom. Hard right.
I have one comment.
Somebody here we see him pointing to an unsolved problem that hasn't been figured out, doesn't have any explanations. Therefore, this one supernatural explanation that I personally appeal to is what explains it, because we haven't provided anything else. A textbook commission of the argument from ignorance.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, what I point out to Sal all the time, and what I point out to Tangelo, is that you guys point always, without fail, to things that we don't understand in terms of like trying to insert the God hypothesis. You never point to things that we do know. Because, like with the Tangelo, the conversation we had the other day, like, we went down the code argument. It's like, yeah, it's arbitrary. Well, what caused it to be itself? The notion of causation doesn't apply here. Because if you're saying something is arbitrary, it means that there's no reason for it to be, for that to be the predominating, to be predominant over others.
Yeah, I think
like the question you're asking doesn't make sense.
Nonetheless, the papers in this theme issue and those in another recent collection. So is this? Oh, this is RSTB. This
is getting a little bit hurt.
Oh, did he get mad at me?
Okay. Oh boy, does Nathaniel want to come in and air his grievances about?
Why is he so thin-skinned? I don't get it. Like, okay, so hold on. This is a guy who's been chomping at the bit for a debate with either Aaron Ra or Matt Dillahunty, yet he gets pissed when you play a fucking song. If he debated either of us two, I would literally put a lot of money on the fact he would rage quit within the first 20 minutes.
I mean, the thing is, like, why isn't Tangelo offended by that if he's so confident that his worldview and arguments are correct? Like, that's my question.
I know. Okay, Scott, what would you choose for your theme song? Some Nine Inch Nails or?
That could work.
Well, yeah, I don't.
We definitely get copyrighted with that fucking shit, but okay.
I'd have to think about that.
Okay, well,
Birdland, probably. Birdland by Maynard Ferguson and his orchestra.
What is
Birdland,
that?
Yeah. Because I just happen to like.
Well, send me a link, man. But not everybody's going to get their own fucking theme song.
Boy, Angela, did you just get done like your girlfriend or like what? Jesus, man.
I'm a liar and a fool. Yes, I am.
That's something I want explained.
Something that like rains down hellfire on your head if you call somebody a fool.
That's man.
I've read that in a book where they use red ink for some reason.
What did Leo lie about? Because
I'm sorry. The next time I see Aaron, I'm literally going to tell him, please, I beg you, debate Otangelo just to prove a point. And that point will be that Otangelo rage crits within the first 20 minutes. Because I guarantee he would. He doesn't know Aaron. That's the thing.
Aaron Ra has said that Standing for Truth and the Brain Trust and Cell and I think Otangelo, he said that we shouldn't spend any time on them. I think the opposite. These guys are actually really good at misrepresenting science, and they're forerunners in this cherry picking bullshit. And that's why we need to pay attention to them, because they're putting out the pseudoscience we're going to hear in every debate. Like, so I do think they're worth our time. But and that's kind of a compliment for them, okay? Because they do take the time to go out and dig up papers and learn a little bit of science. They learn enough to put it out. So actually, they are a cut above Kent Hovind and who's that asshole, Matt Slick, and who's the other asshole, the
Matt Powell,
Matt Powell, the homosexual killer. That guy.
Mr. Matt Slick is actually a presuppositionalist apologist. So
wait, who are you talking about?
Matt Slick.
Yeah, I need to get Daniel Neph to get a hold of him. I'd like to have a debate with him. I genuinely would.
Oh, Stanley could set it up on his channel, but I wouldn't do any debates on Stanley's channel anymore. Yeah, we'll do it on David Ness.
Yeah, I would do it on David's channel. I trust David.
Or here.
David debate Matt Slick.
I could use some love.
David did, yes.
Yeah, okay. I thought I saw that.
Yeah. It's not just that Aaron's tongue is sharp, Erica. It's just that the guy doesn't suffer fools. He's like me, but a little bit worse.
Right.
If you're wrong, you're not going to move past that until you admit that you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
Go ahead. The one thing I don't understand with Tangelo, because I will say, like, he can be humbled at certain points in time, but no matter what, Tangelo will never say the words that he is incorrect.
Nope.
Right? He'll say something like he could be misunderstanding a concept, or like he could, potentially not know enough about something, but never will he say, like, as a matter of like demonstrable fact. On science that people know much more about than him, that he's actually wrong.
Yes, and to add to that, he will never admit that people like Dan and Demeter, amongst others, like CRISPR-Cas, he will not admit that they are the professionals, and thereby they know more than him. And if you guys don't believe me on this, you can ask Doubting Thomas next time you engage with him. He was there too. Maybe Immutable was for a little bit. I might be thinking of something else. But I asked Tangelo like 4 or 5 times. Demeter is a PhD molecular biologist. Would you admit that he knows more than you on molecular biology? He would not concede, which is obviously the case that Demeter does. He's a fucking PhD. But what Tangelo kept saying was that he looks at it from a different perspective, which isn't answering the question. It's refusing to admit that somebody that fundamentally disagrees with you and is a professional on the matter is actually a professional, and that you are not, and that thereby they know more than you.
I remember that, Leo. I will vouch for you. I was there. I remember
yes, it was you.
Distinctly. Yep.
And the other thing is, I can't remember if it was Tangelo or the guy who goes by Redefined Living asked me when Jason Lyle came on Standing's channel, does he know more about you, Leo, than astrophysics? And I said, and will still to this day say, yes, he does. He's a PhD. Do I think he gets some things wrong? Yes. Do I think that he knows those things he's saying that are wrong are in fact wrong? Yes. Does he fundamentally have a significantly more solidified and a more expanded understanding of the subject than I do? Absolutely. The guy has a doctoral degree in the subject.
The thing is, too, it's like, Tangelo, like, to kind of elaborate on the point that you make, he's like, oh, well, it comes about it from a different perspective than I do. And I'm like, okay. You have no clue, like, how ironic that statement is. Because, like, the entire field of, like, academic research, especially in abiogenesis, is driven by that. Like, you see different versions, like, you see different theorists in abiogenesis proposing different models, like, for what they think came first in terms of the origin of life. And you see people, putting out models in regard to that and testing, trying to validate which one of these seems most likely, which one of these seem feasible under the type of situation we've contrived. And they disagree with each other by, kind of deliberating on this, by deliberating over the data and trying to reconcile, does the data does this make sense under this framework or this other framework, given what we know about, geochemical processes, given what we know about yada, 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 right? There's legitimate ways, like, for academics to disagree with each other and to actually have, like, productive dialogue when it comes to like, we don't know yet like what the theory should be or what the evidence like should conform to.
Yeah.
But since that's the case, like let's develop alternative models to see if there's a potential explanation out there that explains it better than the current one.
Yes. And to me,
Right?
that's one of the beauties of science, is that when we don't have an explanation, that's when the imagination of scientists really is on display. You get to see a broad swath of different ideas of how this problem could be solved. And one of the cool things is that you don't, at least initially, ever know which one may be right and may be wrong. Obviously, some are going to have more merit than others. Naturally, we all understand that. But I mean, look at abiogenesis. Look at the different hypotheses that we have for how it's solved. Same with, say, quantum gravity. There's numerous problems that we have that you really get to see on display the breadth of the ideas for how we should solve this. And to me, that's one of the beautiful things about science.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about science too is like, unlike creationism, when we have a problem, like in understanding like quantum gravity or something like abiogenesis, which are problems that are very, very difficult conceptually and practically to solve.
Yes.
We don't pretend like we have a solution for them. Academics are very honest in terms of what we do know, what we don't know.
Yes.
And special research to try and resolve some of these issues. But you don't see them claiming that we have a solution to the problem. You'll see mainstream media claim that we have a solution to the problem. But you won't hear the scientists claiming that. Though.
Wait a minute, Iron Charioteer is going to unsub if I don't play Benny Hill again. I'll let you dance to it. But if I do, then Otangelo is not going to appear tomorrow to talk to Demeter.
Otangelo even still here? I don't think he is.
What instead of playing the Benny Hill song, play Yakety Sax.
I can't because Otangelo won't talk to Demeter.
I understand.
I'm being I'm between, but Iron Charioteer is going to unsub to me, and I'm be so sad. It's going to be horrible.
That would be.
I don't know what to do. This is a fucking moral quandary that I run into on the channel all the time.
Nope, he's gone.
Charioteer is going to unsub the Imperial March, Star Wars. Oh, geez, get that one. Anyway, this Royal Society issue is from 2015. There's a theme issue on Eukaryotic Origins, changing ideas. It's got Lizzie Williams, James Lake, who else? McInerney? I don't know that one.
Highlight it really quick. Where's it?
Eugene Koonin. This one right here. McInerney.
McInerney is how I would say it, but I could be wrong.
If you said Bert and Ernie, I was about to leave the stream.
No, it can't be. Never mind.
This is a good issue. This is great. I did not know about this issue. I'm actually subbed to the Royal Society now. I get a lot of stuff from them, but I'm so busy I never get to look at it. Their theme issues are great. I wish I had a list of all their theme issues. Symbiotic theories for the eukaryotic origin. There's a whole bunch of stuff here. We've got cats. Let's see. I don't know any of these other guys. Elliot. There's a bunch of papers. My goodness. I'm surprised John Maddox hasn't found these.
What's important to note about something like endosymbiosis as well is that we understand endosymbiosis occurred. It had to have in terms of like the transition for like prokaryotic to eukaryotic life to have happened. But much in the same way that, people thought that classical mechanics was the end of physics. It's not that like general relativity completely revamped physics as a field. It added on to classical relativity in terms of correcting it and giving it like more of a broad expanse. Like it elucidated parts of classical relativity that were suffering issues, like from experimental evidence. Yep. It's not so much that like our thoughts about things are necessarily completely changed. That does happen usually. That does happen now and then. But usually it's that something we previously have thought about, there becomes a more detailed explanation. Like in biology, for instance, now let's talk about, what kind of symbiosis like could have been plausible given what we know about, ecology and symbiotic events of different like microbial species.
Okay, Erica's still in the chat. I just wanted to ask her, how many papers did Maddox have on specifically biology and abiogenesis?
He's got about 120. They're all out on the shared drive, by the way. And even I've renamed some of them by their author name and stuff like that. But they're also out on Maddox's drive. I haven't checked his drive for a while. So
I was just going to say I have roughly 25 different papers as it relates to abiogenesis, and I guarantee you I could explain every one of them in a way that properly represents exactly what the literature is saying.
Yep.
I just kind of love what Maddox, he usually claims that he reads like, 10, 15 papers each day, something like that.
Dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, that's obviously a lie. Like, not even a scientist does that.
Yeah.
I can tell you this much, and maybe it's different like once you've graduated from like grad school, but like it depends. It really depends like how much of a deep dive you're doing on a paper, but if you're understanding a paper, like really fucking understanding it, it takes you like several hours of your day.
Yeah.
Like, to do that. It doesn't take you like 5 minutes to do that. You're fucking insane if you think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It does that.
I know he's claimed somewhere that can read dozens of papers in a day somewhere. I know he said that, right?
Yeah. I thought he said he tries to read 10 technical papers a day or some shit like that. And I'm just like, whatever.
I mean, you might be able to read them, but he said you haven't understand them. Like, it takes me a while just to read and comprehend the abstract.
Yeah, one day.
And here's the thing: like, I remember as an undergrad, like my research like was very much so in kinetics in terms of like physical chem. I didn't publish because we didn't have enough to really do that, but I can tell you that like when it came time for like presentations, because we would do it on like every 2 weeks or so, just to kind of inform the professor as to what we were doing, and so he could give us research guidance. We would cite like a very small amount of papers, like 5 to 10 papers, to kind of back our try and see hey, we're not making shit up regarding the history or other stuff. But I can tell you, because even small papers, right, they mention a specific method and they provide the data, but part of it is you're spending your time reading about how they did their experiments, but you're also trying to understand what the fuck they did in their experiments as well, because they'll mention like some method that was developed like 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, this is a fluorescent experiment, but I need to remind myself like what this particular technique is, and how to if I understand the data actually, because I think I understand it, but let me just check. Mm-hmm. And that'll take several hours sometimes.
Oh, let me see. Where are the Maddox papers?
So you can't possibly read all the abio ones and claim to like understand all of them.
Yeah, I remember when I read the BVG theorem, the actual technical paper on that, inflationary spacetimes are not past complete, before I really had a solidified understanding of what was being expressed, and that was probably over a year. The ability to explain what it was saying, maybe a couple months, but I mean, when it comes to technical literature, this isn't I read it once or I skim through it and that's it. That's just not at all how it works.
So I think as of December 15th, he had like 106 papers out there, something like that.
In total?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and Erica, I completely I don't doubt that at all, because I remember skimming through like some of Maddox's papers myself, and none of them, not a one, comes like anywhere near remotely close what he's trying to draw from the papers. And I'm thinking, this guy is either got to be pulling his abio papers from like a creationist, from something like from a creationist source, or he has to be like misconstruing something from like the title or the first sentence of the paper, because none of it makes any sense. Like you can't read the paper and misunderstand what they're saying.
Well, actually, there might be a few more out here. So I've got, I don't know, I've got them broken in. So there might be about 130, maybe altogether. Oh, shit. The printed ones I got over. Yeah, maybe 150.
Yeah, I thought so. He just cherry picks the abstracts.
Yeah.
That means that he read papers for 15 days and then he quit because he reads 10 a day. So, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think he actually reads, Dan, because if you read actively, right, you can tell kind of in some papers where they're going with it.
I think he command searches for particular words and then tries to read what's around it and finds a place where it says what he wants it to say and then pulls that out of it. And
no doubt.
that.
Well, then he names the paper according to his cherry picked item normally. There's a lot of them
on what he wants it, like what the message he's trying to get across.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, I just have to kind of crawl through these papers because I have the disadvantage of not knowing anything about it really, and they're hard to read. Layman, being able to get through those things and really understanding them, figure out what the paper's saying, what arguments it's making, and then what conclusions it's drawing. You just can't do it that quick.
Yeah, I've been at this for a couple of years, and it's still, it's still difficult to read papers. There's a hell of a lot to learn.
Yeah, and the thing is too, it's like a lot of times it's very rare that a paper gets passed through people, like that it gets passed through like peer review and actually is just
somebody's being loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's very rare for papers to be passed through and not like well checked.
Yeah.
Because people that are like on the review board for doing like peer review typically are, looking at the paper, checking its methods, checking for red flags in the paper before it gets published.
Yeah.
And
and then there are all kinds of subfields. So every paper you read, you could spend a year on that particular field, completely understanding, and
not just a year. There's people like
spend their life.
Right. Where like the textbook I think I got from you, like the glycobiology book, where it talks about like certain processes like in the ER and crap like that.
So David,
people have spent like decades of research on that. Not just years, like that, like the understanding, like that you're getting from those kinds of sources are compiled over like many like decades of research and experimentation, trying to elucidate like the actual mechanism for how these things work.
So David, if you get him to do that, sit down with one paper and actually go through it, that would be fucking impressive.
Yeah.
I have offered to him many times to do just that.
He won't do it.
Yeah, I'd love to debate John Maddox. I don't know if he would debate me, but I don't know if he's going to ever see this stream or not. But John, if you're listening, send me a debate challenge.
He won't even give you a link to the fucking paper, let alone go through it.
He won't debate anybody he thinks will actually have the capability of pinning him down on something.
Yeah.
Straight and Erica, who's in the side chat, can tell you this because she was in the stream and said it. He straight up said he will not debate me.
Like it's time for Otangelo to get his day in court.
Otangelo, this was Saturday night at the Atheist, and
no, you know what? I think we give him like
let the guy in. My God.
Okay, hold on a second.
He's feeling ballsy. Let him in.
Yeah, creation is Dr. Dan. By the way, just shamelessly plugging this in. Wednesday at 9 p.m., Dr. Dan and I are going to be doing the final nail in Jeanson's coffin. But he pointed out in the side chat that
I want to see that.
Yeah, Maddox and Dr. Dan has been trying to get a debate together, and he's actually I got him to agree, I think, on one of my streams, but he wanted to do the debate in person, in front of a live audience.
I take him up on that because I want to see how he's going to take that.
Okay, do you guys have a link to that debate set up yet? Or I mean, to that talk on Jeanson?
I'm going to put that in the.
Yeah, make it scheduled in.
Put it in.
It is going to be a fun night, Wednesday night. I am personally very excited for it. Wednesday is going to be a phenomenal day. Biden will be president, and we're going to be having this chat. And I cannot wait for Wednesday. I cannot come here soon enough.
Okay, so Jerry says be nice to Otangelo. So I can put Otangelo in the room, but this is Saturday night at the Atheist, and I want to talk
Saturday night at the O Show.
Okay, I want to talk to him, okay? So everybody be quiet for a minute. No, Otangelo. Otangelo, I want you to show up tomorrow. I don't want you to rage quit tonight or insult you or overtalk to you. But this is Saturday night at the Atheist, and we don't usually invite creationists into the show. So this is not the platform to argue about it. Tomorrow will be. And we do respect you, and we do appreciate the content you bring to this channel. Even though
Steve, wait, Steve, I don't really believe that you respect me, or you wouldn't play yakety sax every time I come. You say you respect me, but then you play the yakety sax, and I get all upset because.
Okay, there's no reasoning with you, Otangelo. You're just,
I mean, look, it's fair. I look like Benny Hill, but
you guys are trying to fuck my show up tomorrow, aren't you?
You're just if you don't want your show fucked up, why do you continue to invite me on?
I don't know.
That is a question that nobody can answer.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Somebody said it was Otangelo. I was actually. Otangelo came on.
I was actually gonna get a little riled up because I was like, oh, he's actually gonna grow some and air his grievances. All right,
he'll come in anytime.
He's got bigger balls than Maddox.
He does.
He does.
Much bigger balls.
And we do appreciate his content. So
David,
was that?
Hold on.
I think you're right, Jerry. I'm sorry, Jerry. We didn't mean to do this.
Much bigger Co-Jones, as Maddox likes.
Co-Jones, yeah.
I asked David, do you talk? Do you interact with Lil PP frequently?
Not really. Other than in the cyber chat and all of that, but it's been a while since I've actually interacted with John.
Okay,
I don't see any.
Oh my God! I'm sorry, Erica. Maddox Jones, or as small as his ego is big.
Oh my! Shut the camera off, shouldn't I?
Unfortunately, I think Maddox is mostly useful for Wolf Cow, but nothing else.
Hashtag John Maddox is a grifter. Hashtag John Maddox is a racist.
Oh, I agree.
Yep,
I agree entirely.
That's why he won't debate me. He doesn't want a mixed guy to.
And just as I'm out, man, Doubting Thomas is posting in the chat. Is Maddox the guy they call a grifter?
Okay, hold on, really quickly. Thomas, did you remember when it was me, you, Laurie Hall? He goes by David. He's in the chat here with the Galaxy profile picture. And did I say myself already? I don't know. But it was us. It was us three, and then Otangelo. And this was after I think one of Knox's streams, I think. And I asked Otangelo like 3 or 4 times if he would admit that Demeter, who's a PhD molecular biologist, knew more than him on molecular biology. And you also started going after him because he claimed he's a machine designer and he understands all these subjects, but he didn't know what a vector was.
Yeah.
Okay, Creation Myths and David, I put your link and the date in the description.
There is no separation of churches.
I know.
Oh my God!
I just want to say something that Speed said. When he thought it was really Otangelo coming in, I just want to say that I too appreciate Otangelo's content and contribution to this community because. Wait a minute. No, wait. I got to finish. All right.
I know.
Okay. I appreciate him because there needs to be contrast. Okay.
Yeah.
He offers the contrast that shows how intelligent everybody else is. So I do appreciate it.
I know it was coming. I knew it was coming.
I appreciate creationists for a similar reason, and that is they represent everything that is wrong with the public education system. And that is when you just let idiots in a classroom jerk themselves off and like think they know everything, you get this. You get people that are beyond reproach. You get people that think they know everything. You have people developing their pocket theories without knowing shit all about how to prove them. And, ultimately, you get a problem because nobody in their right mind, like who's actually been in the workforce for any significant period of time or has any sense of decency, would tell you that, oh yeah, I genuinely think I could be the CEO, or I genuinely think I could out-research
here
in the field.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever met Luca, but my condolences to you. Apparently, he had a conversation. He had a conversation with SFT.
He just got off it. Apparently, it must be over now. Yeah, it's over. You could come in and tell us how it went.
We would appreciate that.
We would appreciate that.
We'd also like your thoughts on Angelo. We're trying to write up like a psychological study of him, but that's a little.
Yeah. I want like, when the fuck is like Dan or Erica gonna come in? Like, we need bigger brains. We need bigger brains.
Much bigger brains.
Wow.
If nothing else, we need more focused brains.
Well, certainly between me and Speed, there's definitely chaos in the room, but that's okay.
Yes, I'm trying to do the chat.
Who is that young fella in the upper left-hand corner?
Upper left-hand corner?
Me? That's immutable.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Who are you again?
I don't know. I've never. He just came in. We don't know him.
Why are you not on camera?
Just came in like an hour and a half ago. Yeah.
We don't trust them. So we're doing cameras, are we?
So that's what you look like.
You all should be on camera more. Like, my ugly ass is on camera, and you handsome fuckers are just like, nah. Icon style.
Yeah. Again, you're just like Nathaniel. You provide contrast for the rest of us.
That's what I'm saying. Get on camera. That way, everybody can see that you guys are sexy and I'm not.
I'm trying to fix up some links.
I've noticed that the times that Tangelo's on camera, he has a lot of fucking gray hair.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. It's a nice silver.
Look who's here, everybody.
Hey, guys. Hey, it's my favorite given.
The collective IQ of the stream just increased at least 45 points.
Camera is a luxury few streams can afford for me.
I know.
Well, I don't usually like bringing mine on because it usually tends to make my computer go insane, and it just brings down the bandwidth a lot.
What did he say?
I know. Us young people and our fancy vocabulary.
So, Eric, are you eating the? Did you eat the toenails of your Mexican feet?
Every bite.
So, what sauce do you put on toenails?
I'm onto my dessert, which is a leftover bottle of wine from last night. So I'm really in the mood to be goaded into getting on a stream, and then have my antics be called like drunk antics, like the time that I whooped John Maddox's ass while intoxicated on his own stream.
Hold on. Was that the same stream that he admitted he straight up would not debate me on physics?
Dude, I actually don't think it was that one. I know for sure it was the one where he said the only reason I came on was because the stupid became too much for me to bear when he told me that if a human grew wings within its single lifetime, that evolutionists would be going nuts because that would be such an excellent example of evolution. I'm like, this man doesn't even know what population genetics is. He doesn't know the definition of evolution. I got to get my ass in there.
If a human being grew wings in its lifetime, wouldn't that disprove evolution?
Well, dude, it would be some fucking crazy X-Men shit is what it was.
I have a question for those that would know.
By the way, one of the streams, I actually just kind of said, look, John, can you actually tell us what evolution is? And he got so mad at me and threatened to ban me and said I was insulting his intelligence by asking that question. Like, John, answer the question. What exactly is evolution and what does it propose?
He said to me in an email. He said to me in an email chain once that I was in with everyone else. So Tangelo had started it, and there were like 1 million people in the chain.
I remember.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys remember. Right? But at one time, John said something that made me think to myself. I was like, God damn. I was like, does this guy think that I'm a paleontologist? And so I was like, John, like, you realize that I study like extant monkeys, right? Like I study primates. What I do is more akin to ecology than it is paleontology.
Erica, John doesn't know what the word extant means.
Dude,
I had a question.
The thing is, though, he's been bitching about me bringing that up because I emailed him back and I was like, John, he was like, you think I don't know what the difference is? I was like, I genuinely think you don't. Yes. And he's been bitching about it ever since. He brings it up at every opportunity. He's like, Erica thinks that I didn't know the difference. Like, yes, I genuinely think you still don't.
The thing is, like, here's the thing, and here's the reason I don't think Maddox understands what nuance is.
Not at all.
Back when I thought Maddox was actually like something of a contemporary, right? When he actually did have like some knowledge under his wing.
Oh wow, those were the days.
Those were the fucking days. God, a year ago was like a nightmare for me.
Oh God.
But
oh shit.
I remember particularly he was talking about. He was still on to this argument about ribosomal pausing.
Oh fuck.
But he did something because to me, I thought this was odd, but I gave the point to him because I didn't know enough about it. He mentioned something where it was like, oh yeah, well, like the ribosome, like the reason it doesn't work is because the wobble pair or something like that. Like he used a term that was like very unusual to be used in that context.
Hey, I have just a bit of a little request, given that I'm here. Is there any chance that when talking about him, we can say LPP or Maddox?
Yeah, so Maddox was talking about
because John, my name.
Yeah, that's
I can't understand that.
I understand your offense.
I'm sorry, I thought your name was Angelo.
Yeah.
Dude,
so Maddox was using a term that. So Maddox was using a term that usually is associated with genetics when he was talking about like ribosomal pausing and like mismatch in the ribosome, which is weird.
Ask my question?
I knew he didn't understand nuance because he kept conflating the two.
Can I ask my question now?
Sure.
So I wanted to ask because I don't study this, so I don't know. Population mechanics involves a bit of calculus, doesn't it?
It's a lot of statistics.
Okay, but what about like specifically calculus, like differential equations? Does it involve that?
What now?
Because I thought population mechanics at an advanced level had a bit of differential equations because there's rates of change. Yeah. So because Erica said that John doesn't understand population mechanics. That's because John doesn't know the first fucking thing about calculus. I don't even think he understands. Like, if I asked him what the quadratic formula is, I don't think he could tell me.
Well, the thing about John, though, is that it could come from not understanding calculus or any kind of math, but it could also come from the fact that he doesn't know anything about evolutionary biology or biology, for that matter. I mean, he said at another point, so I'm listening in, and he's like, yeah, so we see all kinds of dogs, right? And these dogs, they have a ton of different kinds of face shapes and body shapes, and they literally come in every color of the rainbow. Like, how do you not know that that's not just what's happening in the fossil?
Okay.
And I was like,
spot on impersonation.
Okay, pause right there.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Okay, pause right there.
Fuck.
I instantly got up and I dragged a chair over to my carbon monoxide detector to make sure that I wasn't being gassed in my own home.
I think that Maddox could maybe learn more about evolution. Maybe he should start a GoFundMe for it.
Yeah, GoFundMe.
I've known for a while that Maddox has brain damage, but what kind of fucking drugs is he taking? Like, dude, like,
not this guy.
If you seem like a blue or pink dog, like, let me the fuck know. Because, God, I want to see that shit.
Clifford is a red dog.
And then there's a blue dog. Blue's Clues dog.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you got Blue's Clues.
Standing for Truth used to love Clifford. He'd always ask, what are the limits of evolution? Can a dog evolve into Clifford, a giant dog, or a dog the size of a flea?
Well, one of the questions too is like, I'm surprised none of them go through like can you get a pig to be the size of Texas type of thing?
Right.
Well, I just can't believe that you would think that a human is related to a mosquito.
Well, the thing is, you probably can get a pig the size of Texas, but you probably can't keep it alive.
I'm turning Erica.
Dude, I can't. I honestly, like, my patience is growing thinner and thinner by the day. I made the mistake of listening into one of Maddox's streams the other day, and it was just him and Sal and John Carter. And like, I like Sal. Sal's cool. But listening to John like wax poetically and like about how complicated cells are, and here's just a list of all the things that are complicated in cells, as if that's not mimicked in the kind of complexity that we see in ecosystems, which do happen all the time in nature on their own every time a primary succession occurs. I mean, this is insane to me that because something is complicated, therefore God. Like, I can't believe we're still having this conversation.
Well, it's the irreducible complexity. That's what it is.
Yeah, when he was talking to Carter and John, would go off on his little tangents and ask some question, and he was saying, and he always uses the words premise, context, and what the hell is it? He's got these favorite words that he uses over and over again, and it drives me crazy because you can't parse most of what he says. And he was interrupting that. What is it, James Carter? That guy?
Yeah, James Carter.
And I was cringing.
Well, James Carter speaks out of his element a lot. Like I'm sure he knows more than me. But by every single metric in his particular field. Like, I've heard him try to talk geology in the side chat and some Standing for Truth like shows where he has guys like freaking David McQueen on. And David McQueen thinks that there's human blood in oil. So it's like,
what? I'm sorry.
I wish I had the sound of a needle running across an LP right now on a record player.
I just want to know who we're talking about.
So David McQueen is this guy Standing for Truth has on his channel sometimes. David McQueen is a guy with I think he just has a BS in like aviation engineering or something, like something to do with plane engineering.
Yeah, he's got a bullshit in geology.
Yeah, he gets on there and starts talking about geology, and I cannot believe it. But our friend Mr. Wilford, who, if Dan is still in the chat, Dan can also reminisce about this, brought it to our attention that Dave McQueen, and I think he actually said it in the stream, but I can't remember. He's been on there so many times, it might have been in a different one or in like on his blog or something. But he starts talking about how, like, I bet if we, given oil is made of dead organic life, and it's obviously all made during the flood, well, I bet if we tested oil, it would have human blood in it.
Oh my God.
And this guy has been reinvited on multiple times, and John Carter is just like waxing poetically about how geology confirms the Noachian deluge in the fucking side chat. And I'm thinking, okay, you have a PhD. Surely you can see the flaws in this guy's arguing, right? Like, it kind of blew my mind. And that's why Carter's kind of a hack, in my opinion.
How do you think I felt when Jason Lyle was on Stan Lee's channel? I'm just like, there's no fuck. And is Neph still in here? I don't know if he is. But me and him did a little review of it. And I'm just like, this guy cannot know. He cannot, like, not know the things that I already know about the subject, because he's a fucking PhD and I have no degrees at all. There's no way. There's no way this guy doesn't know the shit he's saying is complete and utter bullshit.
In my more forgiving days, I would always think to myself, okay, well, maybe they know something that I don't. But having multiple times on countless occasions tried to dig deeper, from undergrad up until now, with varying levels of understanding, motivated reasoning, true creation, with a better understanding on how papers and methodologies and analyses are composed, I've come to the conclusion that it's exactly what Dan says. It's motivated. It's finding ways to make it work. You absolutely cripple that data until you can fit it into whatever, amalgamation shape that you need it to fit into. And it's insane and it's dishonest.
I like the I like the way Aaron Raw puts it, because I think he really nails it down in a way that's very succinct. Like, Aaron makes this point because he's been studying like creation, like apologetics, and engaging with it for like 20 some years now. And it's not just about like what creationists know, but it's about what they choose to suspend in their knowledge. Like, as an undergraduate, I remember Standing for Truth had like Rob Carter or like one of these like chemists on here, and like he's talking about like problems with abiogenesis, and he's bringing up like sophomore level, like freshman level chemistry. Yep. Like, okay, but like, why is this relevant? Like, I get what you're talking about, but you're like, especially as a PhD, like, I don't know enough, like, I don't know like the same shit you know, but I know that like that the analysis you're giving of it is oversimplified. Because
I was going to say, I wanted to share something with Erica, that like one big kick that Otangelo's on is like with people like me who are new to this topic and don't know anywhere near as much as most of the other people in this room, and he calls out the fact that, well, I say that I trust the people that know about it. Like I trust them more than you. And I've, researched things that I've learned from these people and seen where, what they're saying is true. The stuff I've heard come out of your mouth, Otangelo, doesn't bear out when you go look for it online.
Exactly.
And so I came up with this analogy here last week, and I told Speed about it, and then Otangelo was here, and I tried to tell him about it, and he didn't like it. But what it is okay, so he knows a lot of the words and the terminology and everything. So what I liken him to is a person who could open up the hood of a car and tell you the correct name of every part in the engine compartment.
I remember this.
But then they could not tell you how all those parts work to make the car go down the road, nor could they fix the car if it broke down.
Exactly. And I like that analogy. I remember when John gave that, and I told him then, and I'll say it now, I think it's a really, really spot on analogy that demonstrates.
Right. But then his overall, he knows all this terminology that he's memorized. And to some extent, some of the terminology, he knows what it means, but he doesn't understand the overall theory of evolution in the least.
Yes, exactly.
I don't think Otangelo could even start the car.
I honestly, I would agree.
Here's the thing, too. It's like, it's a lot of it tends to be the case that's the case with a lot of creationists. Like, if you go to the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial, for instance, a lot of what they're bringing up is like very wishy-washy arguments in terms of like, oh, look at the bacteria flagellum, it couldn't have evolved. Oh, look at such and such.
Yeah.
It can't have evolved, because they're taking a very surface level approach, much like you would in an undergraduate course, and kind of saying, pointing out the obvious of, this thing is complex, so it doesn't look like this thing could have, been designed. But that doesn't. But it's insufficient, because number one, it's like, okay, look, I can memorize things too, right? I can memorize like that certain reactions produce certain products, or that certain things like go, I put 5 needles in box A, or or in tin A, or whatever, right? But that's not very impressive, especially given like your level of accreditation. Mm-hmm. What you need to be doing is actually like engaging with the source data. And what's very unusual, and this is true of even like of like modern research, is when you publish a paper that goes against the mainstream scientific consensus, it doesn't mean you're wrong usually, but it means that you're probably wrong, because it takes a lot to really like revolutionize science in terms of what we know and what we understand.
Yes.
And it's far easier for somebody to have made a mistake in terms of mathematical calculation or experimental calibration or some other thing.
I mean, doesn't when it comes to Tangelo et al., when they read a paper, they simply read the abstract looking for catchphrases.
Not even. When Tangelo reads a paper, he is reading it with the intention to find something that is complex and something that shows, and something about.
That's why I said that he reads the abstract looking for catchphrases that'll fit his narrative.
I think it's even worse than that. I think that what they do is they command search on the page or the PDF for buzzwords, because you'll notice that in every like little snippet they give you, whatever point they're trying to make, whether the word is irreducible or complex, or the term irreducibly complex, or something about a problem that hasn't been solved, whatever the concept they're trying to get at.
Or some scientist uses the word factory or machine.
Yeah, exactly. But whenever there's always one of those buzzwords in whatever snippet they pulled. That's how you know they just command searched for that word and then cut out whatever snippet they could find in whatever particular area where that word appeared that they think is going to prove their point. It is textbook quote mining.
Yep. Something else I said, I want to brag to Erica again. So Speed said he liked this one too. Tangelo was here the other day when we were doing the weather report, and he was going on in the chat about microevolution versus macroevolution, and of course, macroevolution, no, you're crazy. And what I liken him to, he's a person who believes in raindrops, but he doesn't believe in puddles.
Yeah, no, that's a great way of putting it. And so herein lies the problem. A creationist like Tangelo will, for dozens upon dozens upon dozens of hours, sit and wax poetically about how things are too complicated to get in a macroevolutionary scale. And then they'll be like, yeah, speciation isn't really macroevolution, so that doesn't exactly count. And then they'll also invoke this insane hyperspeciation for the post-flood world. So it's utterly inconsistent from every conceivable angle that you look at it from. And the most important part of this is that they'll happily, denote this hyper-evolution at the kind level. And then the next logical question is, okay, well, where is the line drawn? It's Aron's phylogeny challenge. At what point, genetically speaking, what does that marker look like? What causes this preclusion? And then usually you'll either get them to say, well, it's the ability to hybridize. And then you say, okay, well, that's kind of interesting because maned wolves can't reproduce with any of the other canids. So are they a totally different kind? And they'll say, well, no one's really doing the specifics on it. And then it's like, cool, so you don't have a model. And therein, that's period, full stop. That's where the conversation ends. And that's why creationism or ID, for that matter, will never be taken seriously at the scientific table.
Here's the other thing too, and I'll use an example like from genetics. In my speculation is that I genuinely think creationists are scared to actually take that next step and make predictions. Well, make quantifiable predictions about like their field of study for the reason like that Douglas Axe like so fabulously demonstrated. Douglas Axe made a prediction about the percentage of genomic content that should be functional in humans, and he said like that if it were intelligently designed, it should be maximal, right? So you should see like 99% or 100% of the genome like exhibit functionality.
That was his argument, right? Okay,
but. Yeah, he was making a claim about like the functionality in the genome, or like how much of it like was actually like had a function. But it turns out only about 3% of the genome is protein coding, right? So a very small percent of the genome, nowhere near 100%, is actually doing what he said it would be doing. And it's just one of those things where, once you've made that step of actually creating a prediction about the natural world, right? that means that you've opened yourself up to, potentially to correction.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I think that's something they're scared of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mutable is
you wanna
smaller
see-
than 2%, by the way.
Do what?
Well,
Smaller than 2%, the coding portion of the genome. So
If you want to see Otangelo or John Maddox astrally project from their body in like sheer rage, just continue to bring up the fact that they lack a model, they lack any mechanisms, they lack any kind of testable hypotheses, and therefore they've got nothing. I mean, you can sit all day long and try to poke holes in evolution. No one cares, and no one's going to listen to you unless you have an alternative hypothesis.
Exactly. I think Speed will remember last year. Oh God, what was that? August, maybe September. I went on Lil PP's channel, if you remember, and he was making the claim that, well, this has been a problem for abiogenesis, and they don't have a model with that provides some sort of mechanism to explain how life occurred naturally, so we should reject it thereby and go with God. And I came on and I said, it's funny, John, and I'm saying that because that's how I was addressing him. I said it's funny that you reject abiogenesis expressly for the fact that it has no mechanism for how it occurred, but then you posit God, but can't tell me the mechanism that he used to create life. So by your own metric, you should be rejecting God. Why is it okay to have a model without a mechanism?
If any intelligent design proponent or creationist wants to bring me over to their side, all they have to do is design an experiment in a lab and make a man out of a scoop of dirt, and they'll win me over, And then when they make that man out of a scoop of dirt, I want them to do surgery, take one of his ribs out, and make a woman, and I will be an intelligent design proponent for the rest of my life.
Or for ID, I think they should look for the tire tracks from the big truck that dumped the eukaryotic cells into the ocean.
Exactly.
The thing is,
some big tires.
These guys just have absolutely no concept of philosophy of science, too.
None.
It's
None at all.
So
shit, Danny's gonna talk now because we mentioned philosophy of science.
Oh, sorry, Danny.
No, you should be apologizing to the rest of us.
Erica, I was pointing this out earlier that they have the mindset from the Bible because the Bible gives them the absolute truth, the entire story, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
They project that on the science, thinking that science isn't valid unless we have the entire story. And so they have this weird mindset that if you don't have answers or if you change your model, then there's something wrong with science because it's not like the Bible.
But here's the thing that actually runs contrary to that. And God, I need to remember the guy's name. There were two people in the Scopes monkey trial. The two people that are fighting against evolution. I'm trying to remember their particular names though. But in either case, there were two creationists there, right? Who were essentially kind of exposing why they think evolution shouldn't be taught in schools and yada yada, and they won the case. But those people had even said that the idea of young Earth creationism was stupid, right? One of them, who was considered kind of the wolf of young Earth creationism, the real go-getter, was saying that that he hasn't met one young Earth creationist that's actually intelligent. That holds it for intelligible reasons. I think personally
there are none.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason that young Earth creationism is propagated as a phenomenon is as a way of trying to prevent culture from progressing in secular values, honestly. Because
I'm so sorry. Continue.
No, because I think that's the only thing that really makes sense here, right?
I agree.
It's the only thing.
You don't think it's the plain reading in Genesis that might inspire some of the motivations?
No, because a lot of people, right? a lot of people when you go to 17th century, so the people that were founders of the field of geology. Originally, they thought the Earth was young, but almost immediately, through studying flood geology, how floods work and what they do to the environment around them, they dismissed the notion of it because it was unsustainable.
Exactly. It was like the flat Earth, and then the Greeks started measuring the Earth and came to the realization, especially with, what is his name, Eratosthenes, something like that. When he went to two different cities that exist latitudinally on the Earth, I can't remember the distance apart, and at the same exact time, in the same season, this was not the days that he did this were not far apart. He measured an obelisk in each of those cities, and the shadow that it cast at the same time of day in the same season was different. And he was capable of calculating using math that the difference in the shadow was due to the shape of the Earth. So for the same reason that Immutable is alluding to, they rejected the idea that the Earth was young because there was nothing in the data that indicated that such a thing could be the case. Just like Eratosthenes rejected a flat Earth because there was nothing that he observed that indicated that such was the case, as was with many other scientists.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding the claim that Immutable is making. Are you just saying that of the scientists that are young Earth creationists? Are you saying all young Earth creationists or the majority of young Earth creationists?
I'm saying of the scientists that are young Earth creationists particularly, and probably I'd extend it to just creationism as a phenomenon.
Yes.
I would say it's that the reason it exists, its fundamental purpose, is to try and maintain some semblance of religious control.
Yeah, I don't have the same intuition. I don't think either of us are going to. Well, I mean, I have my anecdotal. I grew up a young Earth creationist. I'm frequently around young Earth creationists.
As are we. We are. Everybody here is extraordinarily familiar with
my personal life, guys. In my church, I still enjoy going to church.
As are the people here. And even more so, they're very familiar with the technical individuals, the literature that they publish.
All I'm saying is that listen to what I said in the beginning. I said I don't think either of us is going to really be able to support our position. I'm just telling you.
I think we can.
I think I can actually.
You have a study of young Earth creationism, to a study that could show that there are these motivations rather than
let me ask him a question, because literally every single young Earth creationist, or even just basic creationists like Hugh Ross and Fazal Rana, Jeff Zweerink, all of them will take something that is within the data of a particular field of science that is thoroughly, that there is an obvious and quite overwhelming consensus in what that data says.
That's just begging the question.
No, it's not. Let me finish, please.
They're not going to see it.
Let me finish. And it doesn't matter. The people don't understand the importance of a consensus. That's their own fucking problem, quite frankly. There's an obvious and overwhelming consensus to what the data says within a particular field. You have a very, very select few number of people that almost exclusively are religious, that cherry pick, quote mine, misinterpret, misrepresent that data to fit the particular religious perspective that they hold to. But you're going to sit here and say that they don't have a motivation to do it?
You didn't listen to Immutable's claim. He was saying that.
Yes, I did, because he's made it more than once. I know.
You finish, Leo. So hopefully you'll let me finish. But what I took Immutable's claim to be is that their motivation comes from squashing secular values and instead
that's not what I said.
Then I misunderstood.
My claim is that the heart of creationism is to maintain some semblance of religious control in a society that is growing.
That's just what I meant by squashing secular values.
Right. I think you can point to that by noticing the fact that a lot of politicians in office, especially ones that are promoted, that are, anti-science, and by that I mean that they are, actively pushing against global warming and actually, pushing against
evolutionary biology, cosmology, astrophysics, vaccine science.
I thought isn't your claim with respect to young Earth creationism, young Earth creationists in general?
Yeah. Well, do you not think
the politicians and their motivations is not going to support your claim?
Yes, it does. Because what do you think science operates as, right? I mean, if you have a society and a political system that doesn't believe in, what data is being represented and, being shown as demonstrable, and
Look, do you think you can support your claim or not?
I'm asking if you have a system that is,
I admit it, I can't support my claim, right?
Okay, hang on a second.
I'm trying to, Danny, and I noticed you're not letting me finish. I'm asking if you have a society that doesn't take seriously scientific claims, would it not then follow that?
No, it wouldn't follow. Your conclusion.
Well, he didn't say what follows from that, so how do you know
There's
that?
nothing going to follow from that that's going to help you.
What is your claim? Hang on a second. What is your claim, Immutable?
The claim I'm trying to make is that if you have a society that doesn't value scientific inquiry and the conclusions that are presented from that, right, then you're not going to see progression in those scientific fields.
Right.
Because there's a lack of funding towards those institutions which are progressing that research.
I didn't take that to be your original claim. And even if you're changing the claim to that, there's still a big burden on you, a huge burden, and not a burden that you're able to reason your way
What is
out.
the burden that he has to meet then? Can you
What is
outline
the burden
that?
that I have to make here?
Well, you're going to have to, I don't know what kind of burden you're going to have to show in some kind of study that what explains why people.
Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Let me ask a question there on that statement. Why would you have to do a study to make hold on, stop. Let me finish my question. Why would you have to do a study? You're a damn philosopher, man. He can make an abductive argument for it. He can make an inductive argument for it.
Those require studies.
No, they not necessarily.
Danny,
hang on a second. Let Danny explain what kind of a study to figure out whether or not society would be worse off.
If I make the claim that all atheists have red shirts, okay, by just
I am wearing a red shirt. I mean,
if I make this claim and I just show a subset of atheists, they all have red shirts, therefore all of them have red shirts. That's just an anecdotal issue, right?
Sure.
I'm admitting, right, that first of all, I disagree with Destiny, but I don't have any justification that I can offer you guys for thinking that young creationists don't have this kind of motivation, right? But and we
can show evidence that they do.
What?
I mean, do you really want to go through like multiple different church websites and church statements?
That's not going to. You think that's
Institute for Creation Research? Do you not think that Discovery Institute and like the fact that almost pretty much every creationist to some degree misrepresents the science to fit their preconceived notions, but they have no motivation for it. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're a creator. I mean, it's just ridiculous in my opinion. Obviously, creationists misrepresent the data to fit their preconceived notions.
Okay, we're going around in circles here. The original claim was what, Immutable?
My claim is that I believe that creationists are holding on to this notion of creationism as a way of trying to, keep some aspect of religiosity in their society in terms of laws, in terms of rights of people, in terms of regulations, in terms of that kind of thing.
Right. Mm-hmm. So they're threatened by science, and they don't want us to dig into this stuff. Okay, so
that's
why would
it is.
Well,
you're talking about values.
Else I want to ask about, because I'm completely flabbergasted by it, and of course, I'm you're on the top of the Empire State Building, and I'm in the basement as far as philosophy goes, Danny. But I don't understand your claim that to make a deductive or an abductive argument or an inductive argument that you would have to have a study. Like that just doesn't connect in my brain at all.
If it's an empirical claim, that means that we're going to have to know something about the world. Any fact about the world is going to be contingent.
Okay, but an empirical claim is not an argument.
You're right. Claims aren't arguments. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying that if you're making an empirical claim, that requires some kind of investigation of the world, aka a study.
Or an observation.
I don't think that Destiny was making an empirical argument. He was saying he was making an argument explaining what he feels the case to be.
Do you think that? Well, look, that I didn't dispute. I feel differently, and I admitted that I don't have such a study to show you that the motivations are in this kind of way or that kind of way. But he's not going to have such a study either, right?
But we don't need
I'm saying
evidence.
that fact is not probative at all. Okay,
Danny,
because first of all, even if you designed a study as to what people's motivations were, there would be such a wide range of possible error in it, because when you're asking people to reveal what's in their mind, of course, not all of them are going to reveal the truth of what's in their mind. You know, I mean, so you could never do a study about that unless you could, make a machine that could read mind.
Well, that's part of why it's such an incredible claim to make. And now, if he's just saying,
I don't think it's.
I love how people can overtalk me, but I can't overtalk. Anyway, if he's just saying, "Look, this is the way it seems to me," I have no problem, right? That's not justified, right? And I'm telling you that it doesn't seem that way to me, right? And to me, that's the end of the discussion, right? To say that you have something that could justify your claim, though, right? That's not going to be a deductive analysis, right? Because
who said it had to be deductive? It can be inductive.
Why are you
saying there needs to be an investigation? That's not something you can just read.
So when we look at the fact that like all creationists completely misrepresent science to fit the religion, that's not a claim. Like that's literally what we see. It's straightforwardly that is observed. No, it's not. We observe that.
I don't observe that.
Well, then you obviously don't talk to
you're not actually. Hold on.
Wait, how can you be a creationist though and not be denying science? That doesn't make any sense to me at all. But go on.
So hang on a second. Could I talk,
yes,
Danny? Yes. So basically, you're saying that any claim we make about creationists on this channel, that we have to back it up with a study.
In terms of general, yeah. If you say generally younger creationists have red shirts, if you want to say that you know that or why. Or express that I should be committed.
Okay. I understand.
One sec.
Fuck, Danny.
What Danny said earlier gives me away on this point, right? Danny, you said that you haven't seen it, but that's not sufficient basis for you to reject the type of evidence that I would be putting forth, right?
No, I just have a different intuition than you do.
Right, you're not objecting it based on based upon the evidence itself.
I don't have any kind of study to show that you're wrong.
Right, but I'm saying,
but you're not justified.
We are,
Danny. When we said about pointing out politics in regards to like climate change and various other scientific issues, your response to that was I haven't seen that data. That's not going against the data itself. That's arguing from ignorance.
Wait, that requires data, right? That's just another claim that you made.
Right. We're saying that that's data that exists, that can be actually recorded, and that has been.
Okay, let's just say, so there's a secondary claim that you're making.
Yeah, but hold on here. Hold on, Danny. You took us way off the topic, basically. I mean, Immutables was making a claim about
what I believe to be the case.
Religion. And you're getting us into this place where you think we have to have a study to back up anything we say on this channel. That's bullshit, Danny.
No, I didn't say that. No, I'm saying that.
Can I ask Danny a question?
Y'all have been psychologizing creationists.
No, we haven't.
That creationists psychologize about you, and it's just a bunch of unjustified bullshit.
Because it is.
No,
hold on. I can demonstrate this with one question. Danny, do young Earth creationists deny evolutionary theory? Yes or no?
Most of them do.
What young Earth creationist doesn't deny evolutionary theory? Name me one.
Yeah.
I mean, I already told you that most of them do. What does that show?
But you're saying most of them, implying that there are some that don't. What young Earth creationist does not deny evolutionary theory?
Well, there are some that think that it's not a scientific issue.
So, yeah, and they deny it for that.
They don't make claims about.
Okay, then name me one young Earth creationist that does not deny evolutionary theory.
Okay, the host of this channel does not approve of this conversation.
Nick DeReese.
Nick DeReese. How do you spell that name? Well, the last name.
D-R-I-S-E.
D-R-I-S-E.
D-E-R-I-S-E.
Oh, D-E-R-I. Okay.
Just by definition, if you are a young Earth creationist, you disregard the theory of evolution.
Literally, that's what it is by definition.
So the thing is, too, Danny, that's also important is that it's not just evolution that's being denied if you're a young Earth creationist. You're denying the age of the Earth, which encompasses every
nuclear physics, atomic physics, geology, geophysics, astronomy.
And that's something that, to me, and this is something that I feel that I could handily show to be the case, is just about as empirical as you get with regard to science. The law of radioactive decay isn't violated. And so if someone is going to come forward and say, I don't think that this is true for XYZ reasons, and then I can provide study after study after study that shows why those reasons aren't valid, and then they say, well, maybe we'll find a why radiometric decay doesn't work.
You're talking about one kind of creationist. They're different kinds.
No. I'm sorry. No. I have never met a young, literally.
It's in the name.
Therefore, there are not.
By the definition of the term, young Earth creationists believe the Earth is roughly 6,000 to 10,000 years old, which goes against every single field that involves geology, astronomy, and physics, chemistry. They are, by definition, science deniers.
Let me ask. I want to ask.
Question. Why do they deny the science?
Because they're idiots. Hey, look, real quick. I need to jump in here, okay? Because I want to ask Leo and Gutsick Gibbon and whichever one of you or all of you could probably answer it. So, because this was something for a debate I'm going to do that I was going to go online and research, but I thought from listening to you guys a lot, I thought to myself that their denial of deep time is a very big thing. Okay, so literally, just off the top of your head, how many different proofs in all the different fields of science would you say there are to deep time? Counting astronomy and nuclear decay and
all of them.
If you're considering deep time anything past 10,000 years, then the answer is, in fact, almost all of them, except maybe optics. And even then, we're only saying, we're talking color optics, right? I can't think of a single aspect of any field in science that deals with the natural world in any capacity that does not show the Earth to be older than 10,000 years. And I'd like to ask Danny a question, because I feel, as someone who is kind of outside, and I feel like we're steamrolling Danny a little bit. And since he's the one, he's going one against all of us, and I want Danny to think that this particular room is cooler and more based than any LPP room he's ever been in. Danny, please tell us your stance, and I think it would be good if maybe we gave him a couple minutes to speak and then went around one by one. And I'll since I'm speaking now, I'll go whenever there's a break. So maybe Danny and then Leo and then whoever wants to go next. Does that sound amenable to everyone?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'll start, or is someone else starting?
Danny, it's you. It's all you. Yours.
It's you, Danny.
Okay, so two points broadly. Okay, the first point is that there are some younger creationists that think that rather than the data confirming one hypothesis to another, they think that the data underdetermines the explanation, right? Which is to say that they could grant all of the scientific data, that the current scientific data, and still hold to a younger creationist model. Okay, so those are that's a sophisticated understanding of younger creationism, and I have rarely encountered those few, but I know some personally. Okay. Now the second thing is the claim that there's a big question about the motivations of younger creationists. I used to be a younger creationist. My parents used to be younger creationists. Now they simply don't care. I have a lot of friends, and I've been around for a while in these sort of communities, so I'm familiar with people that do it on a kind of public figure level, right? And I know that, and I'm granting y'all have similar experiences as well, right? And I'm just saying that it doesn't seem like a lot of the motivation comes merely from instituting religious power in our society, right? While I totally understand that there are some people that use, certain arguments, not just young Earth creationism, but philosophical arguments for God and other things, right, to kind of bulldoze over secular movements, cultural movements. I'm granting that those exist, right? I'm just saying I don't think anyone here is in the position of making, presenting a justification for what generally are the motivations, right?
Whenever you're done, Danny,
I'd like to go next,
a quick
please.
comment whenever you're done.
Next was the mutable.
I'd like to go
Next was
next.
the mutable.
I thought I was next.
Mutable.
I'll be quick
He's on
with
the
it. I would normally agree with you, Danny, but I think it's a very different case when you have, kind of like hallmark figures, at least in modern creationist movements, like AIG, Ministries International, Discovery Institute, and
Institute for Creation Research, Discovery Institute.
Particularly like with the Discovery Institute, when they accidentally released a document that wasn't supposed to be seen by the public, called the Wedge Document, which particularly was explaining the purpose of their, legal battles, to try and get a standards of people, which is essentially a creationist, branded version of biology into the textbook, and explaining that, that the purpose of those types of actions.
Is he hard to hear, or is it just me?
Huh?
I have a really hard time hearing him.
Well,
Hello?
I mean, he is low, but I could hear what he was saying.
Is it better?
I just want to jump in here real quick before Leo, because Leo will inevitably take a lot more time than I will. But look, the only thing I want to ask is from the beginning when you started there, Danny. Now, do you accept what Erica had said, prior to, about when I asked about how many different fields, have data that back up the idea of deep time? And she said literally all of them. So I don't understand. You said that young Earth creationists that accept science, but still hold to a young Earth creationist view. And that's all well and good that maybe some young Earth creationists told you that. But the point that I myself and Leo were trying to make earlier is that if you are a young Earth creationist, it doesn't matter what words come out of your mouth. You are denying science just merely by the fact that you call yourself a young Earth creationist and believe that the world is only 6,000 to 10,000 years old.
Exactly.
What I was describing, by the way,
I think it's nuanced.
No, it's not.
You don't even know what I mean, Leo.
Well, I do, because literally, it straight up doesn't matter what you mean. The two words "young Earth" in the phrase "young Earth creationism" are well defined. That the Earth, according to the timeline, the genealogical timeline laid out in the Bible, dates the Earth to anywhere between 6,000 to 10,000 years old. It used to be strictly 6,000, roughly. It was because of other potential. It was because of data, actual, tangible, scientific data that came in, that they started saying, well, 6,000 to 10,000 years old. So if you believe that the Earth is somewhere between that, which is mandatory for specifically young Earth creationism, you are in fact denying at least an aspect of almost every field of the physical sciences, which means you are, by definition, a science denier. Now, the question is, since they're holding to that because of the genealogical timeline that is laid out in the Bible, how can you say that their religiosity is not a motivation for them denying the science?
Look, I took the original, maybe Immutable can correct me, right? I took the original.
Oh, drop trousers. Okay, hang on a second. We're still going around in order. And Leo's done now, and John already went.
No,
Scott,
Danny,
you got anything?
Yeah, Danny, try and steal in my position, and I'll let you know if you're on the right.
Huh?
Danny, try and steal in my position, and I'll see if you're on the right foot or not.
I thought we were going around.
Okay with speed, then I'll do so.
I thought we were going around the room.
Scott.
Danny wants to try and make sure that he understood my original.
Okay, I'm fine with that. If I can have my time when he's done.
Yep. Okay, Danny, Steelman.
Okay. from what I understand, is that there's some explanation for why young Earth creationists so viciously are critical of the scientific data, consensus, etc. Right? Now, I understood you to be saying that the main motivation among most of the young Earth creationists is just to implement a kind of control on the cultural values to preserve religion in the culture, right? That's how I understood you.
Let me make my point again to try and steelman it, which is that my point is that from what I've seen of a lot of creationists, both modern and historical, right? I don't think that the creationism we see, like that the young Earth creationists we see now, right, are denying are I don't think they can justify their position based upon the availability, primarily based upon the availability of scientific data. I think that the reason for that is, number one, there's a lot of Christian scholars, both historical and modern, that disagree with it, and that even in the past centuries, we've seen the fact that there's a lot of political influence to be gained when Christians and when these, when these radical branches take power. Right. That claim is about the motivation of these younger creationists.
Let Scott go.
Scott's turn.
And then I want to respond to Mutable after Scott.
Scott's turn, and then it's my turn.
Well, Danny already said he would go after Scott, so let's.
I'm going after Scott because it's my turn after Scott. So Scott, go ahead.
Okay. I do tend to agree with Immutable to some degree about the idea of control, that creationists generally are part of that, but I think it comes from the fact that there are all sorts of sociological, political kind of motivated groups. For instance, there was Philip Jeanson, and then later on the Discovery Institute, who created that wedge theory, basically to try to teach the controversy. It even made it up all the way into the White House when George Bush was saying, "Oh, I think we need to teach the controversy. That'd be the only fair thing to do." That was part of a push of one sociological movement. Another one is dominionism, where the idea is that the United States ought to be a theocracy. And then there is the fundamentalist movement, which dates all the way back to the 1920s, where they began as a form of rejecting the Enlightenment, pushing a literal interpretation of the Bible. And that's where a lot of these sociological forces come to play, because they wanted to teach the literal creation to schools. And I do think that religion does want control. And in fact, that's why we had that Scopes trial, to keep people from teaching evolution in the schools. So those elements of control are there. I think it's just more and more pervasive over time. So whereas they may not have started out like that, it kind of developed with the fundamentalist evangelical movements as they all kind of coalesced. So it is a complicated issue, but I think you can see where there is a front of overlapping interests that are trying to control the minds and hearts of people through anti-evolutionary teachings. Okay. I'll stop because Athena earlier said I go on too long.
Okay, so the thing you guys are talking about is like Danny, you mentioned that you were a young Earth creationist and that this probably didn't apply to you. We're talking about activists, and we're also talking about a very small sphere of YouTube people that we have been keeping an eye on for a long time, and activists that are, public activists. And whether or not we can discern or psychologize these public activists, I think depends on how much how much of the work that we've seen, and we can make some decisions, and that's what we're doing. We're making decisions about the people that are at the forefront of this movement, the ones that are collecting the money at AIG and ICR and all of those institutes. And you're arguing from this philosophical point that we can't know the minds of all young Earth creationists. Well, duh, of course. So, I mean, I don't understand why we're even having this conversation.
May I respond? Or you?
Let's see. Well, yeah. If you want to respond, if you want to have one exchange, you respond, and then I will come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it really short, as short as I can. So the first thing is, I don't dispute that the most of these people want to control society with respect to their religious values. That's not the dispute here. The point is that when saying that the main motivation is to exert this kind of control, that is a claim that they're being dishonest, right? Because it's they really care about control rather than what they take to be true, right? Maybe that's not what immutable meant, but right now I'm debating you guys, right? I do want to quote unquote win the debate, but it's also, I think the main motivator is that it just bothers me that people are saying things that I take to be false, right? That could be the main motivator, right? They're not mutual. Go ahead.
Yeah, Danny, I really do want to ask you, like, and I'm sure Creation Ministries International is something very similar, but have you actually read them, like, a statement of faith in regards to, like, AID, like, as an organization?
Have I read their what?
May I jump in really quick here?
Yeah,
because I pulled up the wedge document, or I actually pulled up the wedge document and the wiki for the wedge document, which is a little bit more digestible. But the wedge document, to let you know, Danny, and maybe you already know this, maybe I'm telling you something you already know, but it's defined as a creationist political and social action plan authored by the Discovery Institute. And when you actually go into the wedge document and read, okay, what are their goals? The document set forth these short and then long-term goals and have all these milestones for what ID wants. What does intelligent design, what does creationism want? And those goals were, quote, to defeat scientific materialism with its destructive moral, cultural, and political legacies, to replace materialistic explanations with theistic understanding that nature and human beings were created by God, scientific research writing and publicity and opinion-making, and cultural confrontation and renewal. So this is a document that's available to read
I'm not
online.
disputing any of that. Look,
Yeah.
I already... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. All I was going to say is that to me, from when I speak about this, I'm talking about, yes, anecdotally, the creationists that I interact with online. To me, they're very much not interested in looking at what the science actually says, or if they are, they're only interested in looking at it so that they can come up with a rebuttal. But mainly, when I'm talking about these guys, I'm referring to the professionals who are busted by myself, who is a veritable layman, considering I'm just a master's student. I can bust these guys for their blatant misrepresentation, and these are people with PhDs. Okay, their education is higher than mine, and I know how to properly represent sources. So I don't think that there's an excuse here.
I got to get out of here, and okay. I just want to say real quick. Yeah, I just thank you so much to everybody. But just to kind of add real quick to what Erica was just saying, because I don't understand I understand your claim, but I don't agree with it, because here's the thing. What she just read bolsters the idea that that's their main motivation. And my point to you, Danny, is how, if they want their worldview to be accepted by everybody, then that is a form of control. If they're actively, the people that Speed,
I'm not disputing that. The
people that Speed described, if they're out there actively trying to get everybody to accept their worldview and decry other worldviews, then that is a form of trying to control.
Okay, we have three people who haven't even talked yet: Snake, David, and Brenda.
I think it would be fair to let Danny respond to that.
I agree.
Really quick.
Your microphone is not near your mouth.
Yeah, your microphone's on.
I think it would be fair to let Danny respond to that. 30 seconds to a minute, and then we let
go ahead. Yeah, I want to clarify that I'm not saying that these people don't have that motivation. In fact, they could have an incredible motivation to do that. I'm saying that the claim that that's what motivates them to push younger creationism.
Oh fuck!
I think that there could be a more fundamental motivation, in that they just are convinced that it's true.
You could say that. I mean, I think the issue is
That's
that
my intuition.
We can't possibly know the psychological state of all young Earth creationists.
I'm not making that claim either.
Hold on.
Okay, Immutable, you've gone in between every response.
God, fuck, you're
just let Immutable finish his point.
The thing is, I'm basing the points that I'm trying to claim based upon what I've seen from creationist sources themselves, right? And the web document is the pinnacle example of that, right? I'm not denying that there could be something more fundamental, but it's impossible for me to know that because I'm not God, I'm not psychic.
If you were just saying that they want to exert control, like a lot of these people want to exert religious control, or whatever, however you phrased it, I'm not going to dispute that. But that's not what I took you to be claiming.
Okay.
Right. Motivation.
Who else wants to comment that hasn't commented? David.
I think we should
how's my mic?
And Snake.
Good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. This is a different mic I usually use. I think motivation is kind of irrelevant. Like, it's kind of like biology where they try to assign purpose to things. I don't try and look at purpose or motivation. I look at it as function. Like, why does creationism survive in society? Because like whatever its intended purpose is, like it might be whatever, but there's a reason why it survives in society. And I think that reason is like twofold. It's because it keeps science on the defensive, and two, it's like the other function is basically to tell believers or potential converts, because people do unfortunately convert, that there's no other explanation for life in the universe, and so therefore you have to believe in God. So it's like, you can convince them that science is wrong on this, then they will convert.
If I can argue this, I think the motivation is part of the reason it survives.
Yes.
Right? And part of the reason I claim that is when you hear some of these people, and I'm not saying this represents all creationists, but some creationists go so far as to say, right, that straying away from this, right, that straying away from the kind of core tenets of creationism at its core,
created in the image of God.
Whoops.
Well, being that, but also denying biblical authority, right, as they would say it, right, it is what causes people to fall away from the faith, and it's what causes, and it's what's causing like the degradation of society, right? I think the reason a lot of people fight for this is that they think that if people aren't close to God, right, if people don't have God on their side, and that we don't have God guiding us and protecting us as He did with people in the Old Testament, and as He has been for the past however many years, that our society is going to go to shit, right? That what they view as like philosophies like evolution are going to bring the world, to an end, and it's going to bring about, the reckoning of the end time.
Okay, Brenda, you got anything?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Hold on.
You're a little soft, but you're good.
Well, hold on. I wanted to speak for a second because to me it sounded like the gain might have been a little too high, but maybe she was a little close to her mic at that moment.
Well, I get
so am I too close? Am I too close now? Or
hang on a second, Brenda.
What I would say is
okay. What about here? High. What about here?
That's better.
That's better.
Okay.
That's better, yeah.
Okay.
Better.
See, well, my other PC died. And I'm on my Linux box, and I've had to redo everything, so that's why I don't have the avatar and everything.
Yeah, you sound beautiful now.
All right, so no, I don't have any. So thank you. We got audio set up. Audio is the most important thing.
Yes.
Hi, Danny.
Hey, Brenda. How are you?
Are you having fun?
He always does.
I don't have anything to say because I just came into the conversation, so okay. I intend to listen more. But it doesn't. I kind of tend to agree with Snake that the motivations don't matter as much, and that you just look at the results. I suppose. I think Snake was. I'm more aligned with what Snake was saying, which is attributing motivations. While a big debate is probably just
not worth your time.
I don't think in this case you can actually properly divorce the motivation for the reason of continued support, like for the effect.
Well, how I would word it is
to see what they're writing about it, though.
What I would say is, and maybe I'm just being my old pedantic self, but I would say that you might be able to disconnect the motivation from the result, but you can't disassociate the motivation.
Yeah, that's a better way of
from the
saying
result, if everybody understands what I mean.
Yeah. David?
Yeah.
David.
Yes. No, I don't really have much to add other than I agree. It's just a religious motivation. That's about it.
Okay, everybody's gone, so you can fight. Go fucking fight.
Well, I don't understand, because it's obvious the reason why they're misrepresenting the science and just essentially engaging in explicit pseudoscience. That reason is because of their religion, what their religion teaches. Why are they misrepresenting the science for the sake of their religion? Could it be to, in essence, push their religion?
I would say,
to make it sound like it's more scientific, that it makes more sense. They're essentially trying to make it more appealing to the average person, that it's somehow backed up by the scientific data in a way that I'm not going to say forces or coerces, but imposes, so to speak, the religion onto the population. And I think the court cases have shown that this is the case.
I would actually say that you've
accepted it.
Go ahead, Immutable.
I would say you've actually answered those two questions backwards, because, like, according to the Wedge document, if I'm recalling it right, the reason they're fighting the way they are against science, right, is because they want to spin this narrative in such a way that it undermines the validity of science as a framework, and it undermines the effects of science as being a tool that people use in a secularistic society, right?
Yes,
the notion of science that they've observed, right, is a product of the Renaissance era, and part of it as well is that it seems to have given rise to this phenomenon of materialism and a seeming conflict of worldviews. And the way of reconciling that is by trying to show that scientists, in fact, right, don't think that science is sustainable, by essentially, misquoting and misrepresenting scientific data to try and make it seem as if though this notion of materialism is not one that's able to be substantiated properly.
Maybe to clarify what you're saying, do you think that most young Earth creationists are being dishonest?
I would say all of them are. Yes.
Wow.
I'd like to add one thing.
Hold on, because I want to let Danny make his point here, because a lot of people have.
I think they're trying to.
Yeah, we should let David go.
I think they're just trying to validate this stupid idea. To be honest, the stupid narrative is that they use that to validate it.
I think that's something that's important to consider. For me, it falls into two categories, right? I've met a lot of creationists, and to me, either I eventually find out that they are dishonest in some shape, form, or fashion, which is relatively common, or they're very ignorant of the subject that they're speaking on. I don't think
I have experience with atheists and materialists and naturalists.
I think that that's fair, but the thing is, philosophy is much less empirical than something like radiometric dating.
Be just as dishonest.
That's fair, but I'm saying that creationists fall into these two categories of either dishonest or uninformed, ignorant. So I don't think all creationists are dishonest intentionally, but I think a lot of creationists are dishonest, including many that I've met, anecdotally, of course.
Is intentional.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead, Erica.
Hold on, I didn't hear what Danny said. What did you say just then?
Dishonesty is intentional.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying the other category is...
No, I would disagree with that. You can be intellectually dishonest.
It doesn't, in my case, guys, in my case, it doesn't matter, because they can either be dishonest, whether that's intentional or not doesn't really matter, because I covered the rest of it with this idea of being uninformed, which is the other category.
But I have the same experience with naturalists and atheists all the time, almost on a daily basis.
Do you
right?
think? Do you think that philosophy is as empirical? Do you think philosophy is as strictly empirical as naturalism?
I don't see what turns on this question. Whatever I answered, nothing turns on this question.
I don't understand what you mean.
I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to intentionally be dishonest. I mean, you can be dishonest,
but then we just mean something different. Then,
I guess so, because
Danny, do you
would
not
say
think
that dishonesty is not intentional?
Okay, Danny, do you not think that people can be dishonest by the type of tone that they adopt in conversation?
I don't think intentionality has to do with tone.
I already said I don't think people have to have intention to be dishonest.
I'm making that's what I mean by dishonest.
So wait.
I just said I think people can unintentionally be dishonest, and I said that
I don't know what you mean by dishonest.
The fact that if somebody actually believes in, like, say that the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, they actually genuinely believe that, and they go and tell people that, they are misrepresenting the science. That is dishonesty.
But not from that alone. I don't know what you mean.
Is it intentional? No. Is it dishonest? Yes. That is intellectual dishonesty.
Why does it matter?
That seems silly to me.
Why does it matter either way, though, guys? Like, the fact of the matter is, Danny, do you think if there is an empirical truth, and when I say an empirical truth, I mean something that, to the best of our abilities, to the best of our senses, and to the best of our equipment that we can measure it, something is in fact true in the sense that it can be shown to be in science? Do you think that if someone comes right out and they're like, nope, sorry, that thing that we've shown to be true, that science says is true, is incorrect? Do you think that there is a way that they can hold that position without being either dishonest or uninformed?
Well, based on what you said, it just follows that they're going to be either one of them.
Okay, right. So that's all I'm saying.
Well, that's a tautology. I'm not going to dispute a tautology.
Well, how would you categorize or characterize the issue then, if not by that dichotomy?
If someone knows, if someone isn't aware that they're wrong about something, okay? Let's say I think that you're wrong about XYZ empirical claim, right? That's not sufficient criteria for saying that I'm dishonest.
But it is
right?
to say
let me stipulate this in the following way, and that's saying one of the properties of somebody being dishonest is
that they're aware.
Jesus, Danny, fucking Christ!
You asked a question.
I was making a clarification, actually, but thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
But I was saying that one of the ways of being dishonest is by claiming something that you cannot possibly know.
That's ridiculous. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to agree that that's ridiculous.
Wait, hold on. Repeat the claim really quick. I just want to make sure I heard it correctly.
I'm saying that one of the ways of being dishonest is claiming to know something you cannot possibly know.
Yes.
I know the 10 billionth. I know the 10 billionth. I know the 10 billionth digit of pi.
Okay, can you name what that digit is?
It's a 7.
All right, we'd have to test that. What if you were wrong?
Can you show me the computation? Can you show that actually is the case?
No, I can't.
Okay, you're being dishonest.
Dishonest.
Am I being dishonest, Danny?
I don't know where.
Well, I don't know. I don't actually know. I mean, I don't have sufficient evidence to show one way or another.
Well, I think that,
okay.
I think it shows that I made a claim that I didn't know as true, knowing that I didn't know it. So that seems to fall into intentional misrepresentation.
If that's true, then that's dishonest, right? The point is that what I mean by dishonest, right, is something like you're making a claim that you either don't hold, or you're giving an argument that you know that doesn't follow, or you're giving false information to your interlocutor. These sorts of these are hallmarks of dishonesty, right? The idea is that you're knowingly communicating some kind of falsehood, right?
You have to say something untrue and know that it's untrue.
Exactly.
And that's the Danny's definition of intentional falsehood, and I tend to agree with that. That's what we mean. So
what if somebody peddled misinformation and had been corrected on it numerous times prior by people who have like PhDs and what have you, but they still peddled?
There's an open question there.
Hold on. They still peddled that same.
Yeah, they might just not agree with you.
Hold on. They peddled the same oft-refuted talking point, but still genuinely believed it. To me, that's dishonesty.
Wait, can I
by actual professionals.
Well, and
refusing to just really quick. I just want to make the statement: refusing to accept what professionals have to say in the fields of their profession, especially when it aligns with the consensus of that profession, is intellectual dishonesty.
So can I say something here really quickly? What if I wake up in the morning and I go out to get the mail and the sky is blue in the sky, right? It's a gorgeous day outside. And I walk into my roommate's room, and let's say that she lives in a room with no windows. And I say, hey, check it out. It's a great day outside. It's beautiful. The sky's super blue. And she looks at me and she says, no, the sky's gray outside. And then I say, no, it just is blue. I'm telling you right now, I was just out there. It's definitely blue. I can show you that it's blue. I can walk you out there and show it to you. To the extent that we can understand something to be true, I can show this individual that the sky's blue. So she says, no, I'm sorry, I don't believe you. So I take her by the hand and I walk her outside, and we both look up bleary-eyed at the sky that's still very blue. And she looks at me and she goes, yeah, I really just disagree with you that sky is blue. That's fine that she's disagreeing with me, but objectively, to the extent that we can understand what things are and whether they're true or false, she would be incorrect, even though I just corrected her. And at that point, I would wager that she's being dishonest. If she were to go and tell a friend that the sky is gray, who was also in a windowless room, that would be dishonest.
I need to respond to that. Look, there's a difference between there's a big problem of there's the epistemic issue, which is how do we know someone to be dishonest, and there's the nature of dishonesty. So there's always going to be, it's a very difficult claim to make, I think, generally speaking, that someone's dishonest, because there's not like laws of dishonesty in terms of how to confirm it. But what it is, if the conditions are that they're saying something they don't mean, that they're forwarding some untruth that they know that they take it to be false, right? That's the criteria. Those are the set of truth conditions that makes someone dishonest, right? And
that's what Leo was saying, his experience, and I can corroborate that with my own.
Leo and I agree.
Yeah, okay, cool. We're all on the same page.
Can I also butt in for a moment and ask the question of, would you say that rejecting that choosing to not believe that choosing to reject a particular set of evidence which would disprove your position in favor of holding a favored belief, right, is dishonest?
No. I think it's intellectual dishonesty, because they do believe this stuff.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about lying. Lying does not apply to what I'm saying. I'm talking about intellectual dishonesty. Yeah. Having been corrected on some, let's say, proposition more than once by people who have direct, explicit qualifications in that particular subject, being corrected by them on that subject.
Erica, you misinterpreted.
And then going out and repeating the same thing you've already been corrected on.
Yeah, Leo and I don't mean the same thing, Erica.
That is intellectual dishonesty.
What, me and Leo weren't talking about the same thing?
Leo and I, just from what you just heard from Leo say, what Leo just said confirms that he's saying something different than what I am.
Okay, well, all I can speak to, I've had a couple glasses of wine. All I can speak of is what I'm talking about. And what I'm
could you send me some, please?
Listen. It's been a long day. I got my workout in this morning. I got work done this afternoon. I'm rewarding myself with a little glass this evening, maybe 2 glasses, and I'm also a huge lightweight. But all I'm saying, guys, the only point that I'm trying to make, and I can only speak, I'm not philosophical. I don't know, even the terms very well. So all I can speak for is my experience and what I've seen in the professional arena of creationists and conventional science, and in my anecdotal experience. And I've yet to meet a creationist who is anything other than dishonest or uninformed. And when I say dishonest, I do mean in the intentional sense, like they've been corrected or they know better, quote unquote, because of their credentials, and yet they posit and propose a particular reality.
That's not saying much, right? You just said, look, listen to it. If you take young creationism, the not young creationism position to be false, right? Then it's either that all of your opponents are going to be dishonest or they're going to be wrong.
Yeah,
right?
That's what you're saying.
I think though that is the nature. This is where there's a split in the realm of empirical science versus something that's more philosophical. Because in empirical science,
you gave it tautology.
But that doesn't make it wrong. That doesn't make what she said somehow
incorrect.
It's still, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, that's tautologies are uninformative.
It's literally saying that if somebody if somebody is a young Earth creationist, they are either deliberately lying about what they know or what they claim to know or what they understand. They're being dishonest, or they just do not have enough knowledge to understand the subject to know.
Yeah, that's a tautology if you take younger.
But it's still true. It's still true.
I'm not disputing. Tautologies are always true.
If
you're just not being informative.
It's still true, why are you bringing up
that it's still true?
It's a tautology?
I'm saying that the tautological nature makes it such that nothing what you're saying is informative.
Oh, well, then that's your own fucking fault that you're not informed. I understand.
We're not asking. Okay, this didn't start by asking about an informative conversation.
Yeah, I don't understand what. I don't understand what you mean when you say it's uninformative. Look, who doesn't know the arena, to someone who doesn't know about the argument, it would be very similar, in my opinion. And I realize this is a bit harsh, but in my opinion, it's very similar to telling someone who has no idea about the online discourse about the flat Earth that yes, flat earthers are either being actively dishonest because beyond any shadow of a doubt within our reality, we know the Earth is not flat. And we can show that to be the case. A layman can go outside with a paper towel tube and show that to be the case. So what do you mean that it's uninformed to say that a flat Earth...
Let me explain it.
Well, how is it uninformative when it informs you of a truth value about your potential opponent?
It's like saying a closed door is closed. And now,
but that informs you about the state of affairs of the door.
The nature of the door.
Oh, a closed door is closed? What did you learn from that? That closed
the door is closed. I learned that the door is closed and not open.
Well,
I was informed about it.
Leo, that's different. A closed door is closed is different from this door is closed. And could I speak for a minute about, especially to flat Earth? I mean, this is a perennial. I have debated flat earthers, not quite so much anymore because I find them boring. But it's a perennial thing among people that debate them about whether or not they're being dishonest or lying, or they have a cognitive issues of some kind. Some of them, I think, are suffer from their IQs are extremely low, or they have severe paranoia. It's a waste of time. It really is, because
I agree.
You're just not going to. I've tried to figure it out. There's some people, most of the top names in Flat Earth, I think, are grifters. They are using this as a way to get money from Patreon contributions and AdSense dollars. And that might be true. That might be true of creationism too. But also in Flat Earth, there's quite a lot of them that are motivated by religion, and I think that's a fair motivation. And they just don't care about empiricism and the facts the way that you do. And I think
how is that not ignorance? How is that not part of
they don't value it. You could show them. You could show them the truth. I think with some flat earthers, especially those deeply committed, you could take them up in a platform and show them the curve of the Earth, and they would deny it. And I think you could do the same thing with some creationists. You could show them in a time machine the broad sweep of animals turning from one species and phyla coming into existence, and they would deny it. They just have a basic commitment to this thing, and no evidence is going to ever convince them differently. And I don't think that that's lying or deceit. That's just a different kind of commitment.
Right.
Thank you.
I think Snake wanted to say something, and he was probably going to say exactly what I'd like to say. So go ahead, Snake.
Yeah, it's just cognitive dissonance, and whenever like two things come into conflict, they always pick the belief over the facts. Because
the
they
funny
have
thing
to.
is,
Correction must be wrong.
cognitive dissonance is a form of intellectual dishonesty.
Well, they value something different than us. You don't. I don't know what you mean by dishonesty. It makes no
But they
sense.
can't detect
The
it.
term intellectual
They're not aware of
dishonesty, as it's used in philosophy, because it's a philosophical term. You should know what it means, Danny.
Well, I know what. Look, don't be so condescending. When I already told you that when I already told you that I know what it meant, I said I don't know what you mean by it. Okay.
Well, I mean what is meant by the term.
No,
Cognitive dissonance is a form of intellectual.
I'm telling you right now that dishonesty implies deceit, right?
Not necessarily. Not in the intellectual sense. No, it doesn't.
You're not even telling me what you mean by it, so I can't really. I don't even know what you're saying, and you're just saying, "Well, look, I just appeal to the consensus of people that use the word dishonest, right?" And presumably, I think I'm doing that, right? So if that's all you're going to say to me, then we're done, right? Erica, I want to explain why that's a tautology. It's actually rather interesting, right? When you say,
I'm interested because I don't know. Like I said, this is not my forte, the philosophical aspect. When in this answer too that you're giving, I would be very interested to hear from you or Brenda how what Brenda just described would not fall into the category of ignorance, albeit willful, but it's still ignorance in my opinion. So I'm interested. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, look, here's the idea, right? If you're coming from a position, right, that YEC is, what do y'all say? What's the lingo around here? What do the kids say? Younger creationism.
It's dumb. Stupid,
okay. Well, you see, Leo, this is you see.
I'll put it a little bit more gently for Leo. It's a form of intellectual suicide.
Yeah. Y'all are so. If you could hear yourself sometimes, by the way.
Well,
anyway,
no, but I know exactly what I'm saying.
The point is that Erica. So the point is, Erica, is that if you're coming from a position that young Earth creationism is false, that if that's true, right, that young Earth creationism is false, right, then no one can know that young Earth creationism is true. It follows analytically from that. Okay, so when you say that, look, if that my position is that young Earth creationism is false, right, it's already going to follow that no one can know it. So when you say young Earth creationism is false, if I take that position, either someone is dishonest, in which case they take it to be they agree with you, they're just being deceitful, right, or they think, or they're ignorant, which means they do not know. But it already follows that they can't know if younger creationism is false.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. I get what you're saying, and I think maybe it's been some lack of clarity on my end, because when I'm speaking about the nature of young Earth creationism, again, I'm speaking of it from what I observe from the pros, so the alpha chads of the creationism world, and then my anecdotal experience. And in my anecdotal experience, right, the way that this usually goes is I will present something that, like I said earlier, to the extent that we can know something to be true, is true. It is empirically measurable within science. And the one that I usually go for is the rate of radiometric decay via the radioactive decay law in physics. And when I show that, I always do so, or I try to remember to do so, with the caveat that if you can show me a way that this is false, or that there's a loophole here, or that I'm missing something, I'm all ears. So I'm not starting when I can only speak for myself, but when I'm chatting with folks like this, I try to leave room for, maybe there is something that I don't know yet. Maybe there's a paper that came out yesterday that I completely missed that overturned, turned physics on its head and showed us this new way of accelerated nuclear decay. But the reason why I hold that they're either dishonest or ignorant, or uninformed, whichever one you want to go with, is because I've yet to experience anyone who, when confronted with that reality, can provide any kind of substantial response with regard to the empirical. It always comes from a religious or a faith-based claim. Well, maybe we'll find out more in the future. Well, maybe you just, maybe you're just not believing hard enough, or maybe, the scientists are biased or something, along those lines, even though I leave the room for them to show me where I could be mistaken. So I'm not coming at it from an end, even though I think that it is indeed the case that young Earth creationism is just about as false as you can get. I
understand the sentiment. Just keep in mind that I don't think it's necessarily dishonest to say that, look, I'm committed to this truth, and that if there's any potential,
even when you've shown to be wrong.
No, that's not. You're just changing my hypothetical, right?
Yeah, but
Danny,
we're talking about a different hypothetical.
Danny, if they're dogmatic
They've been
about
shown to be wrong. Yet they
No,
still say
no,
it's true.
you're not.
Tell me how that's not
Okay.
dishonesty.
Okay, no, and let me just start over because I'm not talking about Leo's hypothetical. I'm saying that if someone has a commitment to X, whatever that may be, could be anything, okay, and they have such a deep commitment to X about how the world is, right, that if there's anything that's potentially contradictory, they would make up some ad hoc explanation for why that proposition must be false, right? I don't think that's intellectually dishonest.
That's
by definition, it
that's
is.
exactly what intellectual dishonesty is.
Yeah,
They-
I don't think I can get on
they
board with
adhere
that,
to-
though.
They adhere to
I
the
don't know what you mean by dishonesty.
Okay, they adhere to this worldview.
That's your own fault. You're blinding yourself.
I told you what I meant, and it fits my definition, and you don't present an issue with it. So,
okay, they adhere
You're blinding
to
yourself
worldview.
to the definition because you refuse to accept it.
I don't even know what to
Which
accept when you haven't told me what you meant.
intellectually dishonest.
So
I don't
let's-
even know what you.
let's-
I don't know what you mean.
Let's all take it down a notch because I'm enjoying this conversation even in my even a couple of glasses, and I still think this is really interesting, and I think that everyone here by and large enjoys chatting with one another. So I think we could all kind of keep it calm and pass it over to Speed real quick because he was going to say something, and then Danny and then Leo. I just think that
What I said was unintuitive. So let me just present an example because someone like Leo needs an example, right?
Oh,
let's say
I
let's say-
understand exactly what
so
you're
let's
saying.
say
And don't
that
condescend
you
me.
woke up in a room. Let's say that you woke up in
Do
a room.
not condescend me as if I do not have an
like you
understanding
don't
of
do
what
that
you're
ever,
talking
Leo.
about,
You're one of the most
because I
condescending
don't
people in the
do that.
room.
And I
Okay.
explicitly state that if I'm explaining something, I'm explaining it in case there's somebody that might not understand it. I don't condescend people and say, well,
You're one of the most
not gonna
uncharitable
understand this.
interlocutors I've ever spoken with. Okay. Anyways,
That
let me
is
move on.
your opinion.
You don't. I told you what I meant by
You
dishonest. You refuse to do the same thing. You say I'm just appealing to the consensus
I
of the usage.
actually
And
have
I'm doing the
expressed
same
what
thing.
it is,
You're
you
not
have
pointing out where I'm
denied
going.
it. So
Okay.
that is your problem.
Okay. Anyways, Erica. So take an example. Let's say you wake up in a room, right? Okay. You blacked out right now. Okay, Erica, and you wake up in the next room. Okay, and next day in some room, dark room, tied up. Okay, and you're the FBI agent comes in, and they show you all of these video footages. Okay, of you doing all sorts of illegal stuff, right? Doing horrible things that you would think you could never do. Okay. And they got your fingerprints doing all these things. They got so much evidence against you. But here's the problem, right? That you have no memory of it, right? The last thing you remember is you were having a conversation with Danny and then trying to listen to him when Leo's over talking him, right? And then you black out, okay? And that's all you remember. You don't remember doing these horrific things, right? And let's say you choose, rather than accept the evidence against you, that they're all showing these videos of you with someone that looks exactly like you, with your exact same fingerprints, with your exact DNA, right? Rather than accepting that evidence, right, as something that counts against your lack of memory, you're just going to accept, look, this just wasn't me. This is some giant conspiracy. I don't know what's going on. I did not do those things, right? In the face of the evidence, right? Okay, there are people in this position on a philosophical level, right, with respect to the existence of God, or even the existence of Bigfoot, for all I care, right? And I think that if they choose, right, and please, I understand, I've heard the younger creationists you encounter, and I attribute dishonesty in many of these cases, so I'm not disputing any of your experience. What I'm saying is that, all I'm saying is that, right, this is more to other people in the room rather than to you, is that if someone has such a strong commitment to the existence of God, right, that they are just going to rule out anything that contradicts it and provide some ad hoc explanation for why that thing contradicts it as being false, that's not particularly dishonest because it stems from a lack of confidence in a particular belief despite whatever is presented to them, in the same way that if you were in the room and the FBI agent after being blacked out, right? There's nothing dishonest about there. Now, at the same time, they have no license, right, to offer any justification for what they claim that they did not do or what you did not do in this example, right? You're not going to be able to provide a reason other than saying, I don't remember, right? And that's not going to serve as justification for someone that's witnessing all the evidence and hearing the jury and whatever the prosecutor, right? But you know in your heart, right, whatever that means, right, that it just wasn't you.
So So can I comment on something? I think that there's, and this is my opinion, so you can correct me if I'm wrong once I'm done, but I think there's a little bit of a false equivalency there, because an example of young Earth creationists, at least the ones that I've encountered, and again, that's all I can speak to. I can encounter what I've seen and what I've experienced, and
which is a lot.
Yeah, which is unfortunately a lot, but that's all I can speak to. And the difference in that case, and you can see in my recent stream that you were actually there for with my chat with Argotha, Danny, is that when I encounter these young Earth creationists, the attitude isn't, look, I don't care what the evidence says, I have a faith in this, and I know in my heart that God is correct, and he's going to be vindicated eventually. The attitude is, I can empirically show this to be true, and science backs up creationism. And boy, look at all these dumb atheists and agnostics and theistic evolutionists and old Earth creationists, and all of them are morons because they're.
You missed something. I don't mean to interrupt. You missed something very central to what I said. I said I'm not disputing those experiences. In fact, I come to the same conclusions as you. Right? This was more to the room. Right? More to the room.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. The only thing I'm pointing out is that in the case that you were presenting, the attitude that you've kind of characterized my character in the story as being like, look, I know in my heart I didn't do this. That's not what I hear creationists say. What I hear them say is, this is empirically in the field that you dwell in, the field of science, right? However, ecology, of course, is kind of what I'm jamming in right now, but still, that that's biology, that's science. And they say, in the field of science, empirically, we are correct and you are incorrect. And what I said to Argotha in that chat the other night was, listen, if you want to tell me that Noah's flood happened because of a miracle, I'm cool with that. I have no issue with someone coming up and saying that that's a faith claim and whatever. Who am I to tell them that they're not allowed to think that? The problem comes when they say that the field that I know is what's actually vindicating them, when I know that to the best of my ability, it doesn't. And then when I show them why it doesn't, they can't provide any kind of reason as to why I'm incorrect.
Wait, remember the case where you wake up, you can't provide, you are going to say that you didn't do it. You're going to say that whatever evidence they have is mistaken, right?
It just makes you dishonest.
No,
in fact, if you're an empiricist, it means you're not being consistent with your values.
No,
well, if I'm an empiricist,
what are you talking about right now? Like,
if I'm an empiricist, it would mean if I'm an empiricist in that situation, it would mean I'm in a really shitty situation because I don't have the empirical support to back up my claim. Like you said, I can say no in my heart I didn't do it, but that wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter with respect to them having them be committed to the fact that you didn't do it, right? But it would definitely matter with your respect to the claim that that it can't be true. Right now,
what if I said to them, Danny, what if instead of saying, I know in my heart I didn't do it, what if instead I said, I can prove that I didn't do it? And then when they say, okay, prove it, I say, I'm working on it. That's what I experienced with these guys.
That might happen. And so I don't really think you're being dishonest in that case. If you were to say, I can prove that you didn't do it, I think a lot of people just say that as a reaction. They don't know what they're saying. They're just talking gibberish when all they know is that in their heart, that this is not true. But then they say that they can prove that it's not true. That seems to be a contradiction. So they're just confused when they say that.
Can I please 1 sec? I'll let you go, but I want to make this really quick.
No, please do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think if you're claiming that something like evolution, or no, I did not murder this person, Your Honor, right? If that's the claim you want to make, like if you're claiming about, this thing is definitely not true, right? And you're not providing evidence for that thing, right? That I take to be something which is a baseless assertion, right? Because if you're claiming something like in regards to, this thing is not true, right? It's not actually this way. You need some evidence. You need some justification in some form or other to justify that position.
Exactly.
I think generally speaking, I think I would agree, but at the same time, it's just tricky because perception is not justificatory knowledge, right?
I get that. I mean, I'm just asking, in the case of the courtroom analogy, I can understand why a person would believe they're not in it, like why they're not guilty in this case, right? But you need something such that when other people are viewing it, right, that they're going to be swayed toward your conviction.
Well, that's if you think, if you want them to have a justification, right, then you ought to give a justification.
Well, I think to some extent, I mean, and this is part of my worldview in that case, that I think to some extent that the conclusions that people make need to be justified in some form or
No,
another.
we talked about this before. I think that's not a very good position to hold.
Before we dive down that road, if somebody is making a statement to some proposition or worldview being true or false, based solely on some preconceived notion of how the world works, and not based on any actual tangible, repeatable, demonstrable evidence indicating the truth or falsity of the proposition or the worldview, that they are being intellectually dishonest. Because that's what actual dishonesty is. You don't have to. That's great. Awesome. Cool.
Then you're not justified in believing in your belief.
You don't. But because you don't accept it doesn't make me justified.
No, I'm saying your definition can make you
what
to say
almost
that
every
you can't
philosopher
know
I've
yourself.
ever talked to in my life would say.
Look, I'm just saying that if your notion goes through, that means you can't know yourself and you can't know
That's
what
not
you
at all
what
what I
you've
said.
seen.
I don't know where you got that from.
You know what self-knowledge is?
Implied or insinuated by what I said.
I don't think knowledge in this case is important. I mean, my stake isn't with knowledge, right? Because I think there's things that we can't know about the world around us, or things that we can't know in terms of philosophical as matters of philosophy. But justification, I think, some basal level can be given.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just saying that if what Leo said is true, there can't be self-knowledge, right? There can't be perceptual knowledge either.
Yes, there can. I'm not making statements to knowledge.
What are you making statements of?
The truth value of propositions.
Wait, you think the truth value of propositions is mind dependent?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, then it seems like that's a contradiction on your view.
Yes.
Look, the point is, I presume, do you think justification, when you understand justification and how, I don't understand how you understand the relationship between justification and truth.
Justification is something which substantiates that what is true, but doesn't explicitly.
No, you can be justified in a belief and it be false.
Yeah, did you not hear what I said? Justification is that which indicates truth, but doesn't explicitly demonstrate it. So yes, you can't have justification as something that's false, because you can have, like, if I looked outside my window, that would be justification for the earth being flat, because I would see the earth flat. But that doesn't mean that the earth is flat. It's substantiation to a particular proposition, but it doesn't flat out demonstrate the truth of it.
I think you're saying something like what I just said, right? So you agree that you can believe something.
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, so now what are you saying is the problem for someone that holds something to be true but doesn't have a justification?
I'm not.
No one's saying that. The problem that we have here about young Earth creationists is when they take their personal beliefs that we can all adhere to say that can be justified in themselves because it's their own individual beliefs. The problem is when they attribute those beliefs to us about our own beliefs and the general knowledge that most people agree via the scientific method. They go out and say their belief contradicts the knowledge, and them being willing to accept that their own knowledge can be wrong is not being dishonest, but being willing to say that, no, my belief can't be wrong is being dishonest, I would say.
Wow,
well,
everybody quiet.
So what about?
I think Danny mute for like more than 5 seconds.
So I have a question. I have a question for Danny. Maybe this helps. Maybe it doesn't help. But there was this documentary on creationists, and one of the people in the documentary said that if the Bible said 2 + 2 = 5, I would believe it.
Yep.
I think it's hard for me, but I kind of think that I can see to say that he is not being dishonest. He simply doesn't care about the truth, or he has a different standard for truth than I would.
Yeah, I think do you think I'm so committed? He's just so extremely committed.
We need to distinguish attributing and self-knowledge. It's like once they attribute their self-knowledge to us about what we claim to be true, is where dishonesty becomes evident.
If you don't care about what can be demonstrated to be true and you just accept whatever it is you're already preconditioned to believe or whatever preconceived notions you hold, you are being dishonest.
Well, then you're dishonest about your self-knowledge.
No, I'm not.
Do you think that your self-knowledge can be demonstrated?
Yes.
Okay, what are the predictive expectations?
The ways that I act.
What?
The ways that I act.
You think your behavior confirms your intentional states?
I think it's a very, very good confirmation of intentional states.
What's the argument for that?
Pretty much all of neuroscience.
That you think that claim is some kind of line of reasoning right there?
It is, yes.
You think that the one proposition that you just said is an argument? What form is it?
Yes, it's the form.
This is why you're dishonest, Leo.
It's an argument. It's an argument from consensus, stating that the people who actually study this are all coming to the same conclusion. Therefore,
is it a deductive argument or an inductive argument?
Inductive, because literally all of
inductive arguments are necessarily true.
All of science is inductive, but I guess that means that general relativity can't ever be shown.
We love you guys. For fuck's sake, get a room.
Do you think inductive arguments are necessarily true?
I never made the statement or even insinuated that inductive arguments are necessarily true.
Well, that means that you don't necessarily know yourself.
All right. I love the
I didn't make that claim. I just said it's a good indication.
I'm saying that if you're given an inductive argument for self-knowledge, you can't necessarily know yourself.
The fact that I used the words good indication means that I wasn't speaking of necessary truth. I
right, that's the problem on your view. That's the problem for your view because you can't necessarily know yourself.
Leo, does every fucking point matter? That you got to run down another fucking rabbit hole, another set
this
of.
This is about like the quickest philosophical conversation and debate I've seen between Danny and Leo.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, the point is that if it's an inductive claim that he's using to support his self-knowledge, then he could be wrong about who he is.
I could be, but am I likely to be? No.
And then you won't quit. And you won't quit.
The point is that you're never going to know.
Oh,
well, I never said that knowledge was like the be-all end-all here. So you keep alluding to points that I never made because you're glossing over the nuances of what I'm actually saying. Because
aren't those
I was busy making a point. Why am I being muted? You're glossing over the nuances of what I'm saying because you're more concerned with making a point than you are with understanding my position.
You just said you made an inductive claim. That's a huge problem for self-knowledge.
Thank you for demonstrating my point.
Danny, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Danny, is there something wrong when someone... Do you think it's wrong when someone attributes their self-knowledge to someone else to conclude that their like a group of people's like methodology is like wrong? Like say like, you know...
You and I mean something different by self-knowledge. I don't know what you mean. I just mean like second-order beliefs. That's
Here we go.
Yeah, beliefs. I mean beliefs when I say self-knowledge.
No, there are two kinds of beliefs. There's first order and second order. Self-knowledge is second-order beliefs.
I would agree with that. When I thought that's what the point that I was making, but like I said, it went over Danny said because he wasn't focused on the nuance of my point to understand it. He was focused on responding.
What's the difference between first order and second order?
So second order beliefs are beliefs about beliefs. So like if I believe that it's raining outside, as an agent, I would believe that I have that belief.
It's like meta.
Yes, I can think of it as a meta belief.
Mm-hmm.
In philosophy, typically that is necessary. If you have a belief, if you're an agent, if what it means to say it's your belief is that you have a belief of it. But the problem is that Leo gave an inductive argument for why he knows his first order beliefs, right? And that means he could be wrong about what he believes.
But like, are we talking about
this might be a stupid question, but aren't all beliefs subsets of themselves?
I have to know what you mean by that. Can you elaborate?
If I believe X, right, don't I also believe that I believe X?
Yes, tautologically, yes.
Well, tautologically, that means it's necessary, Leo. So why didn't you just give that argument instead of giving some stupid inductive argument?
Well, because I've already explained myself. The fact that you glossed over the nuances of what I said because you were more concerned with making a point than you were with understanding the point that I was making. Is your own fault. It's your prerogative. That's fine. But everything that you said from that point, I agree with completely. And does not.
I don't know why then you made an inductive argument,
which is further evidence.
You feel your behavior and your actions.
The nuances of what I'm actually saying in an attempt to understand what they are for just making a point that is inherently in contradiction to what I'm saying.
Well, it doesn't really make sense to ask someone who refuses to tell me what they mean what they mean.
Do frequently as well.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to ask someone that usually refuses to tell me what they mean by certain terms to ask, what they mean. It seems irrational on my part.
I did tell you what I meant. You might not have understood it. That's your problem, not mine. But
okay, you're not going to be able to support that. Anyway, immutable, the idea is that I don't know if it necessarily follows analytically from the fact that there is some belief. It follows from the fact that there is a self that they're second order beliefs. So I think it goes in that direction.
Is that what we're talking about?
Okay,
like
I was
the younger creationists?
that, but I was also thinking about the internal consistency of the belief as well.
What do you mean? Can you explain what you mean by internal consistency with respect to the last proposition?
Yeah, like if you believe X, right, then you must also believe that you believe X to be the case, right? You must have some kind of...
But that's in virtue of being a self.
Right. I mean, you have to have some knowledge about the state you're choosing to believe.
I mean, I think what follows from the fact that I believe X being a proposition, which consists of several if there's a proposition, propositions are made up of multiple concepts, so it would imply other beliefs. But I don't see how you could get from the fact that I guess there's a question about whether it even makes sense to say there's a belief in isolation.
Yeah, or if there's just things that we believe in, right?
Well, we posits an agency. I'm just thinking of what would it mean to say that there's just a network of beliefs, but there's no second order beliefs? That's not an agent, but I don't know what it is. It might be incoherent, but I have to think about it.
Yeah. When you said that, I was thinking about that very quickly, and I was like, well, it seems that you could just reform, that you could, kind of reform all first order beliefs as second order beliefs.
Danny, are we arguing about first order beliefs, or are we just arguing well, someone believes X? Because we're not arguing someone believes in the belief of X. We're just arguing.
Look here. Let me try to get the context for you. Right. Leo was talking about the problem with believing in something that can't be demonstrated, can't be confirmed by evidence. Maybe he gave other kind of criteria that ultimately involved empirical data. But there are two kinds of knowledge, right, that don't involve those sorts of things. The first thing is self-knowledge, right, which is your second order beliefs which is meta beliefs, right? Those are not, if that is knowledge, it's not going to be inferred, nor is it going to be something kind of understood in terms of the outside world. So it's not empirical, which is a problem for those that want to take Leo's epistemology. And then there's perception, right? Perception is not inference either, right? So when I look at a tree and acquire a belief, it's like a cause-effect relationship that doesn't involve an inference, okay? So if someone asks me, demonstrate that you perceived X, right? That's not going to make any sense if it's the case that you are perceiving X, right?
I get. I'm just trying to see how this all connects to young Earth being dishonest.
Thank you.
The point is that there are certain beliefs that could be held without evidence, without we may not even have to call it knowledge, right? But there are going to be beliefs that we have that don't have these kinds of justifications, right? And I'm just saying there's not really an epistemic issue in the sense that you're not necessarily irrational. It's just going to depend on whether you're going to be irrational or not on your other beliefs as to whether a belief that you hold without justification ought not to be held.
Isn't it possible to believe
hold on. I want to try to stand Danny's position, because I think what Danny is saying is that if theists and if young Earth creationists are operating under a different kind of epistemic framework from ours, then it may be conceivable that the notion that we adopt, that our beliefs must be justified, and that we ought to believe things based upon the factual state of affairs, may not be consistent based on the worldview, or based on the epistemology beliefs and the structure of the worldview.
So what
Well,
is
yeah, something like that. I mean, I think it's a little bit. I think that there's going to be certain kinds of beliefs that I think would carry. Like I would want to be justified. Like, if I don't know, you can just imagine if someone said, "I hold this belief, but I don't really see why I need a justification. It serves futility, or I can't bring myself to not believe it." It doesn't.
But what happens when they put the belief in a claim statement? Because by definition, a claim means
express beliefs. Claims express beliefs, or claims of claims of knowledge or claims of truth just express a kind of belief.
But like, what happens if they make a claim about the outside, separate from themselves? Like
Are
they
you
say,
saying
like
that someone says, "Do I believe this because or something like that"?
I think he's asking, what if they make a claim about the ontological state of reality?
Well, I mean, it's just
about how something actually is.
Look, if I just say I believe in God, I don't have a justification. I don't really see a problem in my belief, right? I kind of live I don't bother anyone. Kind of, I don't really see,
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that
I'm
too.
not fine. I'm not fine when they try to convince others that their belief is right, because then they would need evidence to claim to convince them, because that's the basis of argument and reason.
Think about that. I agree. So another way of phrasing that is something like, if I say that I believe X and I have no justification, but then saying that you should be committed to the same proposition, right? The fact that you said should means that there needs to be some justification, but you yourself don't have a justification. Yeah, I think there's a problem there. I think if they can't provide the reason for why you ought to be committed to that.
And so what happens if they're inconsistent? Like when they apply like double standards of who needs evidence and who doesn't?
Like they hold contradictory beliefs?
Yeah, they're like they like say like all Christians need to do X. And then they like talk to one guy, he's like, "Oh, you're a Christian," but then the Christian says, "I don't do X."
Or in the case,
you're still a Christian.
Yeah, or in the case of these conversations where they will demand that their interlocutor be constrained to a certain set of criteria when arguing, but when they themselves are to present evidence for them, they won't. For themselves, they won't have it.
Yeah, I mean, there could be deception. There could be dishonesty. There could be mistaken. I don't know.
No. Describe how they're dishonest. Like, because that's like the full connection.
I don't know. I don't know if there are.
Like
I'm just saying. How would
what do we?
Yeah.
Well,
what do we do about self? What do we do about self-deception? Like, is that dishonest, or is it like a hazy, half dishonest?
So there's two. I guess there's two ways to self-deceive, right? You can let's say you believe in X, and then you know that not X is false, but you want to believe that not X is true. You could take steps that don't really have to do with justification to change your beliefs from one to another. There's that, and I don't really see a particular issue with that. I mean, just in itself. But then there's a kind of self-deception where you could bring yourself to believe in contradictions, and I think that the notion of a contradiction is just by definition a problem for an agent, right? I think what it means to be an agent is that you want to get at the truth, right? Like,
but you're not necessarily aware of what you do.
Do you think there are such things as this term may be incoherent, but do you think there are such things as true contradictions?
No, I'm not a it's called dialetheism. I'm not a dialetheist.
Okay.
Speed, I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
I'm going to put something in the YouTube live chat. When you see that comment, you'll know it when you see it. Just put it up on the screen. Highlight that comment.
What?
Danny, that is what I am trying to say. Like, you're philosophically minded. This is the best way I can try to explain what I'm saying. For all knowledge on a proposition, there exists some knowledge which is a belief or is an element of a set of beliefs, which is what that says. That is what I am saying. That is the best way that I can put it. And that is true, 100%, because knowledge is a subset of belief.
I don't think I disagree with that. Are you saying knowledge is a subset of what is this in response to?
Excuse me. Sorry.
What is this in response to?
Well, the problem is, I think that there was a point where we were honestly, fundamentally saying the same thing, but saying it in different terms, and so we were talking past each other. This is what I was trying to say.
But we were talking about a lot of things. Which one? What is this with respect to? Is this the self-knowledge stuff?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. That and pretty much like everything about like what creationists claim to be knowledge or not. So I mean, there would be negations involved in this, but I didn't write out formally like every aspect of everything that we covered.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Look, the only thing the point that I was wanting to make is something like our self-knowledge is not construed in terms of like empirical data, right? So we want to still call it knowledge.
Really quick, the sentence you just said. Can you repeat that one more time? I just sometimes it takes me more than once to.
Yeah, the way that another way of what I'm going to rephrase it a little bit differently. So this is not exactly what I said, but the way that we understand our self-knowledge, right? What constitutes that self-knowledge is not going to rely on empirical data, right? Not on evidence, not on demonstrability. I would agree. Okay, that's and I think that's just a counterexample to the idea that it's going to be a problem if you hold to some belief that is not demonstrable or that has not been demonstrated or verified in some kind of way.
But I think the problem is when we put this in the real world, like when you apply certain beliefs that you hold true or whatever, self-knowledge or whatever, about the physical world or like historical knowledge, and then you having that by yourself is perfectly fine. But when you are talking about your self-knowledge and then someone comes up and disagrees with your self-knowledge, or I don't know, the terms are confusing for me a little bit.
I know what you're saying. It's when you elevate to the point of saying that your self-knowledge is something more than just self-knowledge.
Yes. Like it's higher.
Wait. Now I'm lost. What self-knowledge is not propositional knowledge, right? So it's not really knowledge to do with how the world is, right? I guess that's not exactly what propositional knowledge is defined as, right? But your self-knowledge is just knowledge about your own self, right? Not about the world.
Okay, so then what would you call the knowledge that you hold to be about the real world?
Well, there are two kinds, essentially, that they call it propositional knowledge or perceptual knowledge. There's also competency, which is like knowledge how. So like how to play the piano. That's not knowledge that can be put in terms of a description necessarily, right? I know how to raise my hand, but I'm not going to be able to tell you the set of like it's not like propositional. It doesn't have to do. It can't be expressed in a sentence. Is what I'm trying to say.
Is it possible for your perceptual knowledge to impact your self-knowledge, like things you hold true about yourselves?
Well, if you perceive a tree, right, that implies that you believe that there is a tree, right? And it's a success term because it misperceive, right? So if you perceived it, right, there's actually a tree and you believe that's a tree, and then that implies that you have knowledge of that belief, which is the second order belief or self-knowledge.
And that's what I'm trying to connect with young Earth creationists and like self-knowledge.
I don't think self-knowledge is relevant to that. Self-knowledge was a counterexample to what I thought Leo was saying, some criteria for why, we might not hold to certain beliefs, which he gave a sort of verification principle, right? And I was just trying to contest that, but it really doesn't have to do with what's going on in the dialectic between like science and creationism.
Okay, then how exactly is that relevant to the like young Earth creationists presenting or saying some things are evidence for their like beliefs about perceptual knowledge, or I don't know how you would describe like
how's what relevant?
Would you describe like holding to a religion as self-knowledge?
I don't think you can do that's not self-knowledge. That's going to be propositional knowledge.
Okay.
Right. Your self-knowledge would be that you believe in some religious tenet.
Okay.
By the way, Speed, I did put a more accurate version of what you have currently highlighted on because I forgot the key in front of the symbol for element of.
Hey, Danny, I'm just dying to know. Is this a more fun stream than what you get over at old Maddox's channel, or are we inferior?
I don't think any. I'm
lame. You're
wait,
going
one
the
second.
pacifist route.
1 second. So first of all, it's nice to be here in some sense because we agree on the conclusions. But I don't know. Like I feel more free here, I suppose. I feel like if like Speed, you know, I get on Speed's, I push his buttons, right? Because I cause a lot of havoc here. But he won't. He's only muted me once in the last like 3 weeks, whereas I feel like if I gave this kind of aggression in the other server, I would be muted 24/7.
I should mute you.
Yeah, Maddox is a vicious bigot.
Okay.
No, he is
went live, by the way.
He really is. He really is.
Speed, can you highlight my more accurate comment? The pedantry here is killing me.
Listen, Brenda, I have to say, from what I've seen, I do agree. Sorry.
Yeah,
John can be spicy,
he's
not in a funny way.
The person that I have trouble understanding is Smoky Saint, who was conducted a decent debate tonight.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but when he's in his channel, I mean, it's just horrible. And so I just don't know. These people
untamed on his channel. That's for sure.
To tie this back all in, Smoky Saint, and I can't say I'm surprised by this, does think that irreducible complexity is a viable argument that can be used.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
But to tie this all back, I got triggered at what immutable, but I do.
I'm not at all surprised, Danny, that I triggered you in any sense.
The reason why is that the other stream does the same thing. They do the same thing, you guys, right? They say they psychologize y'all, right? They say that you're suppressing the truth. That
Did he cut out or just me?
He cuts out.
Okay, I thought that was me because I cut out all the time.
Am I still cutting off?
You said they psychologize and then you cut out.
I see both sides do it. I see. I mean, well, they do it to me, right? They did. I don't know if anyone was watching the stream a few days ago, but it was they were telling me that, oh, you're going to come back to Christianity. You're just looking for a way to come back.
Well,
and I disputed it, and then y'all are doing my atheist brethren are doing the same crap. I can't stand it, right?
Well, it's a function of people. It takes a lot of work to.
Wait. Did you make a general statement about atheists?
I hate to say this to you, Danny, but we're a pack of wolves here. I mean, if you think we're going to hold ourselves to some kind of holier than thou moral standard, you are in the wrong.
It's nothing to do with that. It's just that y'all are. I think that it's just way too of to categorize a whole monolith of belief like young earth creationism as just being motivated to do for some political aim. A lot of people are very convinced. They're very convinced about this. They could be wrong. In fact, I think they are wrong, right? But these people are just genuinely convinced, like I was. And to dismiss that as the main motivation really bothered me.
That's not what we were talking about.
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the main reason for the propagation of the movement.
Why can't it be convinced? They're convinced.
We are talking about a specific subset of creationists and YouTube creationists.
No, immutable said all.
Okay, we're talking about.
I don't think I said all.
Well, who the fuck's over talking me?
Okay,
I am.
I am too. But I was saying I clarified this with immutable.
Okay.
Let's see you deal with it, Speed, huh? What about that?
Immutable?
I have mod privileges in this room.
Okay. We're talking about a specific subset of creationists, and we make a lot of general statements about them. And we don't mean every goddamn young earth creationist out there. We're talking about the people that are doing the intellectual dishonesty that we find on these YouTube channels and in AIG and a couple other places. And the intellectual dishonesty I kind of had a display. It's basically they have a bundle of beliefs and a biblical doctrine that they adhere to. And their rhetoric has been to go out and commandeer science and cherry pick quotes from what the fuck?
Yeah,
but they believe
cat. Fucking cat.
Go
Okay.
easy on the cat, Speed. Go easy.
Okay, go ahead, Erica.
I was just saying, go easy on the cat. They're just playing around.
Yeah, they fucking ran behind my monitors, and I'm surprised they didn't disconnect everything. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Danny sounded like he wanted to say something again.
Yeah, I'll shut up. Sorry, I'm just trying to defend the cats.
No, I'm just look. I'm just
Okay,
saying
sorry,
that.
Eric, I just shot the cats.
I really think what's motivating, like, let's say someone that's kind of infamous here, John Maddox, right? There are court cases that I'm not going to dispute anyone's claim about him being dishonest in some cases. I'm not prepared to do that. I would not be able to justify my rejection, right? But here's what I will say. I have the intuition that John Maddox is just very convinced about his thesis, his claim, to a point where he's willing to really fight for it in a way where he, everything follows, right? All of this, look at the history, right? I don't really think he wants to, control society at that.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Maddox is legitimately an idiot. Okay.
So, let me just inform you about something, and I'll leave this as a homework assignment for you to do this if you want to. When I say that Maddox has a few screws loose, I mean that in the most literal sense possible.
No, I know his history. Look, the point is that I'll grant the instances of dishonesty. I think this guy's just really convinced, right? I think he's extremely.
Really is, because
I think he's convinced for whatever kind of reasons. I think he's convinced because of what he was taught as a child. I think he's convinced because of his own, because of his position as being, a business leader and
Well, here's my olive branch, right? I will be very happy to say that I misunderstood you. If you were just saying that they would like to use their apologetic to control culture. But what I thought you were saying was something more than that, that the main motivation for the younger creationism is to control culture, right? And I'm just saying, my belief, my intuition is that they are just convinced of the proposition, that most of them are just.
I personally, that's not something I believe. That's something I can't
Okay,
believe.
well, I don't see why you should be committed to what I'm saying. I don't see why I should be committed to what you're saying.
The information I've come across and my experiences with these people cause me to.
That's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
They want to control culture, but but they do believe it.
Yeah.
You're just. But the other thing is, you're just not gonna. It's just not gonna get anywhere, and it's not gonna be a good use of your time to worry about what they believe and their intentions and their mental states. Deal with the arguments that they put forward. Figure out the best way to respond to it. Don't get baited into reacting emotionally, and they will, they will hang themselves on their own inconsistent beliefs, and you will your blood pressure will benefit.
Yeah, to address your point really quickly, right? And my mindset is that I think if I understood why these people are believing what they're believing, if I understood kind of what the fundamental layer is that kind of allows this belief to be cohesive, right? It would allow me to reform my counter-apologetics in a way that would be more convincing.
You're not going to convince them. You're not. You're swimming up the wrong stream. You're not going to convince them. Just understand that.
I know that. I think it's. Right. I think this is more a demonstration of the people that are more,
But Brenda, I would push back on that a little bit in dealing with all of their arguments. At some point, you have to take it to the meta level, and you have to look at exactly what they're doing and how they're arguing. And we always want to look at that. We always want to look at that fabric, right? Because this intellectual dishonesty that they use, you're never going to get anywhere punching down every idea they come up with, because there are thousands of them, and they are coming up with a lot of ideas, and every one of those ideas, in order to counter, they put it out in 3 minutes, and it takes us a week to
Yeah,
cover it.
that's part of you. In a way, that's sort of you buying, being led around by the nose, isn't it?
Exactly.
You should learn more of where Danny's coming from, and analyze their arguments conceptually. Do a conceptual analysis, at least in part, in addition to an empirical, fact-based approach.
Yeah, and that's the meta-analysis that I'm talking about.
But that's, I think, is a more successful way to go. I have debated these people without having the vaguest idea of what they're talking about. Well, definitely with Flat Earth. Sometimes not knowing what in particular their argument was, but I could just see the holes conceptually in their argument, and it completely throws them. So I just think it's a better way to go.
Speed.
I understand Brenda's proposition, because I can do the following. I can grant them anything they want.
Go ahead.
I can grant them anything they so desire, and they will still not be able to prove their point.
Yeah, and so if you watch somebody like that Danny knows is Alex Malpass, and when he debates somebody, the other theist, for instance, Luke Barnes, on the fine tuning, he granted him almost every single proposition that Luke Barnes made. He said, I grant it, and then it came to a point where he says, and this is the point on which the argument rests, and it's incorrect for this reason, and since you've already granted them everything, they are left flat-footed. And I think that's a good way. I would like to encourage people to consider not so much running down every single empirical side road that they give you. You're doing their legwork for them.
Yeah, the thing is,
I think Brenda, the other day, I think it was Thursday or maybe it was Wednesday, when Otangelo was in the room, we did that very thing.
Oh, okay, that's great. That's great. You're probably, although you guys are butting heads, you're probably learning a few things from Danny. Because I really got a lot of respect for Danny. I got a little respect for Erica. The rest of you, fuck off. I'm just kidding.
But Brenda,
I'm just kidding.
Okay, Brenda,
Just kidding.
The thing about running down every detail, the thing is that I enjoy doing it, and it helps me. It helps me learn. And it helps us to teach other people. So there are some benefits in running down those little leads. But every now and then I step back and I try to take an overview of what the hell is going on.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
It's very important.
I talked to Speed about this. I basically made kind of your point. And then Speed expressed that he enjoys engaging with the scientific claims and he likes the education process. So
there is that. In debating with flat earthers, I've learned a few things about the Earth and the geometry of the Earth, geodesy, and things like that that I never would have learned, and it's been interesting from that point of view.
I think too that there's a this is horrible, but there's almost like a mic drop moment too, because I've debated a lot of creationists, and every now and again I'll engage in an argument where every single empirical argument that's thrown my way I've heard before and I've got an answer for. And you get that same floundering that you were just talking about. Of course, the work behind it is probably a little bit overkill. But I think you're right. I think I could probably benefit from more of a dissection and less of a breaking my back on it. Or maybe
you and I, Erica, are very we address these issues very differently. But I think that it could be like, I'm not saying necessarily what I'm doing is effective. I think it's just it might be effective and in some cases and not others, and then your scientific approach might be effective in some cases and not others. But I think that everyone should learn, and I think everyone should learn both strategies. But if you and I debated together at some point, right, your approach plus my approach, I mean, it would be we would plug all their holes, right? Like
we can make music together.
Yeah, man, it would be. Oh God, I would love to debate like fucking Maddox and I don't know Smokey with you, Danny. That would be very enjoyable.
Why do you want to debate those beanbags? I mean, there's got to be bigger fish, right? Like,
I will say.
And I'm talking about Smokey. In case Maddox is listening, I'm talking about me. I meant Smokey. I don't like Smokey. Is horrible, right? Okay, but so
yeah, he is. We agree.
He will avoid giving you a linchpin if he knows you're trying to get to it.
The thing is that weirdly enough, when you say there are bigger fish, as a side note from mine, if Dan was here, he'd be able to corroborate this big time because he's got the PhD behind him, and even he has a very difficult time getting the pros to actually agree to a conversation, which is kind of odd. I don't know.
Leo, yes.
Okay, can you re-highlight my last comment, Speed?
Oh, where the fuck is that?
Oh, we're back on this shit.
Oh, do we have to?
I don't know how. Yes, I don't know how else to explain this.
Is that Elon Musk's son's name?
No. What it says is that for all no knowledge on a proposition, there exists no knowledge of a belief, or no knowledge which is an element of belief exclusively, or exclusively there exists a false claim of knowledge, which is an element of knowledge of no belief, or knowledge which is a subset of no belief, which is exactly what Erica was saying, that either A, you know that this is wrong and you're pushing it anyway, or B, you just don't have the particular information to know that you're wrong on it.
But that's just bivalence, right?
Well, yes. And that's why I put "or" instead of "or" in there.
You put what instead of what?
So it's XOR, Zor is how it's said, or XOR, exclusively or, which means that it's exclusively either the first or it's exclusively either the second. It can only be one of them. It cannot be both.
Okay, Leo, you got to rewrite that last term. You said or knowledge of a subset of the belief, and you just repeated
knowledge of a subset of no belief.
Oh, okay.
So your knowledge is
you do have
not
set notation. I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yes. Okay. Fuck out of here, Speed. I know what I'm doing.
Why people don't like that?
Erica, I gotta convince you to let go of natural selection. Okay.
You got to do what?
Oh God!
I gotta convince you to let go of natural selection.
Oh my God!
Here we go.
Look, Erica, these people are trying to shut me down. They're trying to silence me. They're trying to cancel me. But give me a chance, okay? Don't let the hyenas get in the way.
Well,
okay?
That would be a good
Don't be nice now.
This is the freaking Pride Land. There are no hyenas here.
Well, Erica,
hey, give it a shot.
Make it so on modern day debates. Make it a show.
Why not on?
I don't want to
embarrass Erica though.
Come on, Danny, tickle her fancy a little bit.
I don't want to embarrass Erica. I like Erica though.
Danny's my pit bull.
Oh, Danny, don't worry.
Come on, Danny, we need to whistle you over to the creationists.
Well, she's coming into this cold. She doesn't know the background on this, does she?
Wait, Brenda, do you
Nobody knows what they're in for when they deal with Danny.
Brenda, do you accept you don't accept Fodor, right? Fodor's argument.
Oh, that's.
I've seen the responses, and I think the responses are, as far as I've read, are adequate. Like Massimo Pugliucci and several others, and seem to me to be better. It also just, I think that's
okay.
It's a good way. Also, Alex Rosenberg, whom I don't agree with all the time. I'm not an eliminationist, limitativist, but I think that his way of putting it, which is that natural selection is natural variation and environmental filtration. And when you take out the selection and you replace it with filtration.
That's basically what it is.
I mean, that takes out the aspect of perceived agency that I think people often ascribe to during selection.
That was part of Fodor's criticism of natural selection.
Right. Yeah,
but it also has another part too, though.
Yeah, I thought we went over that, Danny, and we I thought we dealt with that. I mean,
well, that's why I'm talking. Erica and I have to discuss. Well, the walls don't have ears.
Well, you should give her a chance to familiarize herself with the arguments and counter arguments, because there's an entire set of videos on YouTube. There's a good. You just do a simple Google search. You can get Massimo Pigliucci.
Yeah, I'm aware
and various others, and see where she agrees or disagrees with them. Sobel is another one, and Daniel Dennett has a response. Alex Rosenberg has a response.
I mean, it was met very negatively, so there are a lot of people that responded to Fodor.
So are you almost disagreeing, Danny, with like the semantics behind what's ascribed here?
I don't think so.
I think you just accidentally described philosophy in a nutshell. But
no. And I think you just described one of the biggest misconceptions of philosophy, that it's about semantics, right? It's actually about concepts.
Okay.
You know what? Hey, I can agree with that one.
But yeah, no, Erica, the point is that there's a big conceptual flaw, according to Jerry Fodor, in natural selection.
Erica, this will burn your brain. Don't.
Danny,
Listen,
it's good for her. It's good for her. She should come into contact with.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Absolutely.
if there was ever a time, it's what am I? 3 glasses of wine in? If there was ever a time, it's now.
Okay, well,
I'm like the 5 beers in. So
okay, but if I present it, here's what I'm going to do, Erica.
Nerd party.
I'm sober, so kill me now.
Erica, I'm going to present it, and then I have to watch Bridesmaids with my girlfriend. Okay.
Okay, present it, and I will mull it over. We'll discuss next time.
Okay. Yes. So basically, do you know what coextensional means?
In what sense?
So, like, if A is coextensional with B, wherever there's A, there's like B. You can think of it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So when we point to a trait that's been selected for, okay, there's always going to be some kind of frivolous trait that's coextensional with it. Okay. So Fodor gives an example of a heart pumping, right, and the thump noise. Okay. So we want to say that there's a kind of selection for or of the heart, the thump for its pumping mechanism, right? Not for the thump noise, right? And basically, Fodor is saying that the way that we know or distinguish the trait of interest, rather than what he calls the free riders, the way that we come to know what the free riders are versus which, or versus the trait that's being selected for, is we're not going to appeal to natural selection for that, right? And if it's the case that every trait as a coextensional trait, right, then any trait that we point as a trait that's being selected is not going to be identified by appealing to natural selection. That's essentially the argument. Okay, I'm going to go watch Bridesmaids.
Okay, enjoy the film. It's a funny one.
Yeah, I'll see y'all later. Bye. And don't let them talk bad. They do this every time, right? Okay, they talk bad about
you, Danny. I don't know what you mean.
I'm just kidding. Y'all talk whatever makes y'all sleep at night. Whatever.
Okay, Danny, I'll chastise them.
Whatever helps you, Danny. Back to science, people.
Danny went to watch a film. What?
Yeah, he's going to watch Bridesmaids with
He has a girlfriend, so they're going to watch a film together.
How do girlfriends deal with arguments from philosophers?
Okay, he doesn't actually have a girlfriend.
Yes, he does.
No, I paid a hooker to go over there.
How do arguments with girlfriends?
Leo, or Immutable, I paid a hooker to go over and pretend she was Danny's girlfriend so we could get out of this fucking Fodor discussion.
Danny's
cost me $200.
Danny's expensive. He's a luxury few can afford.
Jeez, Danny's fucking expensive. Holy shit.
Erica, it's some completely misguided bullshit about like if you had 2 genes that were linked together, and one was had some phenotype that's selected for, and the other one isn't.
The free rider, yeah.
Then how do you look at the phenotype and say what was selected for?
It's all about fitness benefit. It's just the fitness benefit.
Yeah, it's just a disconnect between phenotypes and genes, and when you start to flesh it out, it really is a bunch of philosophers talking bullshit, and I couldn't find any traction in it at all. I got Fodor's book, and I started reading. Like I read it like 20 pages, and it was just bullshit. I mean, there wasn't anything there.
Well, when you say bullshit, what do you mean? Because that's just not a response.
It was bullshit.
But that's not a response.
Well, the response.
It means it was false.
The response was in about a 1 hour of a stream we did last week, and we went back and forth with Danny, and it has no traction. It's saying that fitness, what the hell, fitness doesn't matter because we can't tell which coextensive trait was selected for and which wasn't. That wasn't what we were trying to do in the first place.
The only time that could even begin to be a problem, at least as far as I know, would be if the trait that's being selected for or proposed to have been selected for is something that is a social aspect. So like in a social living species like the hymenopterans or primates or corvids or whatever, and you don't know if maybe it's the tail feathers or the beak color or the beak shape or the overall head shape. In the case of something though that is like a heart pump or the thump, every time it's just going to be, okay, which one has a direct impact on reproduction and fitness? And that seems fairly easy to measure, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think Fodor kind of got into he was getting into claims about evolution that had social impact.
Right.
And I think that's what he was pushing back against originally.
The sociality aspect, right?
But I mean, he has some really harsh critics that have just cut him to the wick. And,
well, so anytime you're dealing with weird social animals doing social animal things, we tend to anthropomorphize pretty heavily. And I think people tend to almost resist that too hard. Almost. I mean, in primatology, they're like, yeah, don't anthropomorphize, but like we're primates. So are we really anthropomorphizing to such a degree that it's tainting the data? And I think that becomes an issue too in a lot of social living species, but specifically primates.
And it has more about claims that are made than it is about what actually happens in molecular genetics. That's
right. Sort of no, that checks out.
Yeah. And I don't think the discussion is worth the time.
Sounds like something SFT would say about slightly deleterious mutation accumulation.
Oh God, please no, I can't have a conversation about created heterozygosity in my current state. I'll go and throw myself into traffic.
So do you think that?
No, you won't.
So do you think that what's his name? Standing for Truth. Do you think he's a grifter?
Oh God. Oh man, that's
yes, you do. Yes, you do.
That's a great question to ask when I'm like in a position where I'm more honest than usual. I used to think no. I used to think that there was no way. I thought Standing is the kind of guy that he's very misguided, but all in all he's a good guy. Now I think that he's still an okay guy, but I think that he is 100%.
Bitch. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my computer. I'm sorry.
Okay, Leo. I thought you were throwing that.
100% what? No. Just some mic discipline, okay?
I was going to say.
A screen popped up. I couldn't get to mute my mic, and I
was like, "God damn, Leo, take it easy on me." I was gonna.
Comrade, let her finish the sentence.
Yeah. So the more I've seen of Standing, and the more that I've interacted with him directly, and kind of held his hand to very specific points, the more I think that Standing is in the group of, yes, science doesn't vindicate me now, but it will eventually, and so I just have to buy myself indefinite time by kind of grifting. And this is. Yeah, and this is.
I don't think he gives a shit whether science actually is going to turn out to prove him right.
As long as though that's the impression that he's giving, he doesn't care. Like, for instance, I made this big long ass video that was like, it was titled very clickbaity. It was like, I'm probably done with these creationists. And at the very end, I was like, here's a list of questions that I think the brain trusts of Standing for Truth and the rest of that conglomerate hasn't answered, and I refuse to engage with them until they do. And Standing has been radio silent on the entire issue for several months. And recently in a side chat, he said, I've answered all your questions. Like, don't act like I haven't. And I'm like, here's the thing though, you haven't. And I know because I fucking watch all your videos. I was like, oh, listen, Leo, I listened to their shit. And so I said, Standing, you haven't, you know, and even if you had in separate videos, what I stipulated in mine to you was that you do so in a single video, as I've done for you, because I respect your time. It's an aspect of like mutual respect that I think I'm not getting. He's not treating it like a two-way street. So he said, well, what questions do you think I've not answered? And I said, all of them. And that's, you know, kind of where we currently stand. He kind of refuses to touch on that. And because of that, because these are such simple questions, and, you know, he's constantly going on his channel being like, easy win, they're desperate, it's the last breath of evolution, which is, you know, super conventional theory that doesn't even notice creationism, by the way. And I'm thinking to myself, here's the thing.
Leo, mute yourself, Leo. Come on.
It's like, if it's that easy, just answer the question, you know? And that's what I said to him. And then, of course, his response to that is like a bunch of really weird posturing where he says shit like, you're dodging, you're a keyboard warrior, like all this shit. And I'm like, okay, like my guy, just answer can we not have a cordial discussion where you just say, hey, you're right, I haven't answered them, or I have, and here's where the answers are. So that's what makes me think that he's in a grifter-y territory, at least right now. My hope is that he's just really, really ignorant, but I'm not leaning onto that as hard anymore. And that tends to be a bit of my.
I have a theory of mind that when they have this commitment to the Bible or to the religious belief, and when it comes up. And they are consciously aware of, I accept this point, but it's going to go against the Bible. I choose the Bible every time.
Yep.
And so that's kind of like my theory of mind, right?
Well, and you know what? In fairness to them, right, the fear of eternal hellfire is a pretty damn good way to make somebody deny reality.
So here's something that's interesting too that you guys might find neat, and Standing and I have discussed this in public since then. So I don't think that this is like any kind of breach of trust or anything like that. But Standing and I have discussed the nature of, are humans apes a lot, and it's only been in the recent past 2 months or so that he's finally taken the position that yes, morphologically and genetically, humans are indeed.
You know what I follow that up with? I did this with Matt Slick. You know who Matt Slick is, Erica? Yeah. So I've talked to him and I told him humans were apes, and then he denies it instantly. And then I said, well, are you a plant? Are you a mineral?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you object to being called an animal? And I try to say. And in his case, it's just a classification. What is the problem? Well, he still wouldn't accept it. They just will not accept it because it's an emotional point for them.
Well, and I had that chat with G-Man. You know, I like G-Man. G-Man and I are pals. G-Man and I are buds. Listen, you guys laugh. Me and G-Man had never had a bad conversation. So me, except for the time that he had a guy on the stream who may or may not have been a Nazi, we're not sure. But so G-Man and I are chatting, and I'm walking through this. I say, okay, you know, I went through it for more of a systematic standpoint. So I say, okay, G-Man, are you a eukaryote? Right, like you're multicellular. Yes, okay, well, we can establish that humans are indeed multicellular. Okay, well, what about, are you chordate? Right? You have a notochord? What? Because you got to skip animals. They immediately contest to that just because of the colloquial use. Okay, are you a vertebrate? Yeah, okay, that does make sense. Oh, what about a mammal? Weirdly enough, creationists will readily be like, yeah, of course we're mammals because we have hair and females of the species produce milk. But they really don't like animal, and they really don't like primate. Because once you say, are you a primate? They're like, no, I'm not a primate. Okay, but cool, you have binocular color vision, a large brain to body size ratio, unique structures in the ankle, unique structures in the hands, nails instead of claws. So what makes you different from other primates? Well, we make sense, but behavior doesn't have anything to do with the empiricism of taxonomy and systematics. Well, okay, well maybe we're primates, but we're not apes. Well, let's continue down the list, and you go through the haplorhines, you go through the anthropoids, you go through the entire list, you end up with hominoids, and then eventually, that's how me and Standing for Truth reached this conclusion, categorically, genetically, and morphologically, you cannot get around it that humans nest within the rest of the apes. And the way that I framed it with Standing, and this is indeed true, the conversation of whether we evolved from other apes is a completely different conversation. but let's take the baby step of being like, yeah, we're definitely apes first, and then tackle, okay, did we come from other apes? But so to Stanning's credit, he has copped to that at least. And so I consider 2 years of work with that probably a big waste of my time, but...
No, I actually think that is more successful than you realize. And the reason I think that is a lot of creationists, right? Part of it is the fact that some creationists think that God created things specifically, that God created things like specially, right?
Right.
That humans are, a very, special and distinct class of their own. So that even if evolution is true on certain levels of, description, it's not true when you try to assess humans in terms of like their evolutionary history as being apes. But Standing now accepts that.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually valuable because that might be one of the steps that's needed to get him out of, or to kind of, change this whole creationist attitude he has.
Well,
one of the theological questions you can have, right, in regards to that type of thing is that, okay, why, like, if you were really trying to go, malign his faith, would be asking, if you do accept that humans are a subset of apes, right, why did God create humans, right? Like, why is there a need for God to create human beings specifically, and not just allow that to be an evolutionary process that, humans are in fact a subset of apes?
Oh yeah. Well, I want to say something with regard to that, but first, Leo's hand is getting tired.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, well, Mr. Parker left. I'm pretty sure I know where he went. Oh my God! And I know I got muted. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize I had muted this site and then just like completely forgot about it. I'm like 6 beers deep, but the shit I just heard on Maddox's stream.
Oh no!
So fucking stupid. What him and what Stanley said. Oh
no!
What they say?
It's code bullshit. It's code bullshit. That's all I can say.
35 minutes in.
What'd they say?
We'll have to check that.
Oh well. So yeah, I understand what you're saying,
They were
Erica.
talking about encode, and they were talking about how fucking Stanley said how most of the human genome is active.
Oh, that's horseshit. Yeah, sorry, that's just horseshit.
Yeah.
I was really impressed, Erica, with John's performance against Tom Jump the other night.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though, and I said this to.
He changed my mind. He changed my mind.
Good.
He's
because
made,
it's code. So
he makes some excellent points. The only argument that I ever had against John Maddox on the situation of is DNA code is that whether you're convinced that it is or it isn't, and I personally don't have very strong feelings on it. I thought John made an excellent case, but the fact remains is that the literature is still divided on it.
But the one thing I want to mention really quick, Erica, is that the subject of the debate wasn't whether DNA was a code, it was whether DNA contains a code. My opinion is, and the opinion of most people that at least that I have seen that published on this, is that DNA is not a code. However, the correspondence between codons and amino acids is a code. And I would agree. That correspondence
seems like a really fine.
That's 1.3% of the genome. So
I think that's a fair thing to say in the sense of what we as humans consider to be codes.
Exactly. Calling it a code is an abstraction of the particular structure of the correspondence between the codon triplets and the amino acids. And I drew this distinction with Otangelo, immutable, speed, maybe others will recognize it, where I said the structure of electrons in their orbitals around an atom codes for the particular types of reactions that atom can take place in, and the particular elements that the atom can bond with. So in the same sense that there is code in DNA, there is code in atomic or rather electron clouds in atoms.
Yeah, that I was going to ask if it was
that
my example
doesn't
was
mean
chemistry, but I'm with you on that.
That doesn't mean that atoms are like designed by an intelligence. They're not. Code doesn't mean intelligence, and that's their problem.
Well, I just took John's other point, which is simply to argue with them. It's sort of like what I was saying before. We just concede that point and just say, yeah, well, that's just something that natural selection can do. Natural selection can, in fact, create a code.
Well, the only thing is that I think it's important to, because John's entire thing is, his whole thesis statement is that if you saw a code anywhere else that wasn't in nature, you would say a human made it or a designer made it. And so I think that it's important to mention what Leo said as having been the case, right? That yes, if you do want to categorize it as a code, which in some cases, depending on how you categorize a code, is certainly reasonable, you have to specify that nature, like in the sense of biology, in the sense of DNA and genetics, isn't the only place we find it if we're defining it in the way that makes DNA a code.
Yeah, but have you seen those animations of the machinery inside of a cell? I mean, if I really want to convince and appeal to a lay audience, all I have to do is show them videos of that stuff and say, this couldn't have evolved. God made this. I'm done with my argument. And I probably will win over most lay people because that shit is fucking amazing.
But that isn't
the
what
problem
really
with that is that those, hold on really quick. But I do want to let Immutable go, but I want to make this point. That what the fanciful animations that we have for, you know, when helicase breaks apart a DNA molecule and then the RNA polymerase runs along it and produces this long strain of mRNA, and then you can see it move out of the nucleus and then into the ribosome, and the ribosome reads it and pumps out this polypeptide chain. The animations you see are, I would argue, intuitive. I want to stress that word, intuitively accurate. But if you could, and this is hypothetical, but if you could actually see it, it would not look anything like that. Those animations are no different than the animations that we have for particle interactions, where you might see two electrons interact or two photons interact and then produce an electron positron pair, and then those two come back together. And they're intuitive, fanciful animations of a significantly more abstract, significantly more complicated process. So while those animations do kind of give this picture of, you know, machinery and it follows processes, it in reality it is much more chaotic than that.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, fundamentally, and to kind of address the code, but also to address what you're saying, is let me address the code. Well, the what you were saying part first. In biochemistry, and more so, I guess, in molecular biology and cell biology, there is a way of tracking that. You could use like certain radio elements to track that, I suppose. You could also do it through something like protein tagging, like using GFP or some other fluorescent probe to measure how often, or to measure the rate of, you know, travel from one area to another, or whatever. But the thing is, one of the important things about DNA being a code is that the code part of it is true in the sense that there's a relation between a set of triplets and a set of amino acids that are produced by means of the ribosome acting on that and, you know, doing this fanciful chemical stuff. But it's not a code. DNA itself isn't a code in the sense that DNA is a very stringy molecule, right? And its development, to a very basic level, it depends not on the DNA content itself, but it depends on how that DNA has been packaged and expressed, and what regions are expressed where. Was the protein methylated, you know, or was this part of DNA methylated before it was passed down? Certain things like that. A lot of it depends on certain concentrations in the cell prior to it. There's something that aids kind of in the direction of development or cells forming and knowing, so to speak, what cell type they're going to become, and it's by interactions with other cells, more or less. So it's kind of a code, but one of the things is, in regards to intelligence, is that, and this is Demeter's point too, is that for it to be like, for there to be a relation between structure, or there is to be a relationship between this thing, right? There has to be some kind of fundamental relationship between structure and function. Like, there has to be a reason that these two things interacted in the first place. And part of it is that if you think about a code, it depends on the ability of an agent to distinguish two things from each other, right? Like, if we were just in the ether and couldn't tell two things apart from each other, we couldn't tell that there's a code, because we can't tell that there's two different things. I don't know. I mean, John's argument is interesting, but it's not correct.
I think that and again, this is not at all my forte, but from what I've read in the literature, it's kind of what you were just saying, Immutable, right? Like, there's a pretty decent reason why some folks are like, no, it's kind of a code, and that kind of bears a huge weight on it.
Yes.
Now, with regard to whether it is or it isn't a code, to me, is completely inconsequential to whether or not it could evolve, which is the real question. And from my position, the extreme redundancy, the double backs, the inconsistency in efficiency that we tend to see in nature kind of speaks for itself. I'm blown away, Leo, that Standing is still trying to say that encode is correct, when the own people from encode are like, yeah, encode is bad and that doesn't work with its definition of functionality. But whatever.
So the reason
I did want to make a comment.
The reason people push back on that argument is because like John Anthony put here, the question is being loaded. We know that they are loading the question up front. When they say code, we know that they're talking about codes that men make. And a lot of people will push back on that, and they probably shouldn't, because it gets embarrassing, because they run them down this rabbit hole of showing them
they
how
do
many.
What Tom Jump did in his debate with John.
Yeah, Tom Jump, and so, but it's really devious. But still, the most important thing about this, only 1.5% of the genome is a code. The rest of it is nothing like a code, and you can't make a case for it.
Well, I did want to comment what Eric has said, where, like, in some senses you can consider this a code, but maybe there's, kind of a sense where it's not. Correct me if I'm wrong, Erica, on that conceptualization, but it seemed to me that's what you were saying. This is why I draw the analogy to atoms. Like, if you went and asked any chemist, and Immutable, being an actual chemist, could probably tell you this, and said, hey, are atoms, are electron clouds of atoms codes? Most people would be like, most chemists would say, no.
Right.
But if you think about it, the structure of that electron cloud codes for how it reacts with other things and what it reacts with. Just like the structure of codon triplets in a molecule of DNA codes for how, say, an RNA polymerase will react with those particular set of molecules, and what other molecules that set will create when it interacts with a particular structure, i.e. the ribosome, or the ribosome. So in the same sense, I mean, you can consider it a code because there's some correspondence between the two. But the code part of it is an abstraction that we make that represents the particular type of correspondence that exists between X and Y. So you could say that X corresponds to Y through a particular relation R. Relation R can be called a code. Therefore, the correspondence between X and Y can be called a code. That is how I would define DNA. That is, or rather, the codon triplets in DNA. That is how I would define the structure of electrons in the electron cloud of an atom.
Well, and therein, I think that's a good way of characterizing it, Leo, because therein lies the problem. If you're going to be consistent in the same way that and this is my opinion, but in the same way that you would classify DNA as a code, you would lump in electrons and electron behavior with it. And I don't think that very many creationists would abide by that. And so, and that's the same issue we see with speciation with genetics. It's a problem of consistency, and you won't see creationists be consistent.
Yeah. That's why I draw that analogy, because most creations, if I went and asked John right now, is the structure of electrons in the electron cloud of an atom a code? He'd be like, what? No. But if I said, well, the structure of the electrons in that cloud contains codified information which instructs the atom to react with only other particular atoms in only particular ways. Therefore, it's a code because, well, let's be honest, the structure of codon triplets contains codified instructional information which instructs, say, the RNA polymerase to produce particular molecules, and then the ribosome to produce, again, particular molecules from that structure. So it's the same thing. If you're going to call DNA a code, or rather the structure of DNA, i.e. the codon triplets a code, which I'm not going to deny, you would have to call the electrons in the electron cloud of an atom a code as well, which, again, under the same definition, I would not deny that, though. But that's the thing. It's a way of catching up the creationists by drawing an analogy to something that they wouldn't otherwise agree with, to demonstrate sort of the what's the word I'm looking for? Just give me a second here. Oh, God damn it. Just give me a second. It's right there on the tip of my tongue. The opposite of utility, not arbitrariness. What is it? Immutable speed. Help me out. God damn it!
The opposite of utility, not arbitrary.
Logical?
No. God damn it! Not futility.
Absurdity?
Nope. Just hold on. Triviality. It's okay. I don't know why I'm saying thank you. I guess I'm saying to myself. But you guys kind of did help by offering words that weren't the case, so that I knew it was. It trivializes what a code is to the point that you could ascribe that definition to things where one might not necessarily agree that it applies, like atoms. So that's sort of the point, is that I'm not going to disagree that the relationship of codons to amino acids is a code, but because codes are abstractions, I think that might sort of be a trivialization of it. But again, I'm not going to say that it's inaccurate.
And we've listed about 30 different systems now that we call a code, like the epigenetic code, all of this stuff. And if they keep jumping on us every time we use a simple word to describe something, it's like quarks with the colors, right?
For design is a big one.
Exactly. That was beautiful, Speed. It's like quarks don't actually have a color. No. The word color is a way of differentiating. Red, blue, and green is a way of differentiating between three separate charges that define the ways in which these particular objects interact with each other. You can say they have a color. There's nothing wrong with that, but to ascribe that to the same way that this can has a color is trivializing the definition of it, so that we could apply it to anything. We could talk about the different types of laptops and call those different colors of laptops. It's a trivialization.
If they made an argument about us calling quarks colored, and they made an argument that somehow subatomic physics had something to do with color, they would be making the same mistake as they're making with codes in DNA.
Yep.
Yes, it's not necessarily wrong, but it's trivial.
I think the term code, and I think most textbooks do a fairly damn good job of making this point clear, is that the word code is more akin to assignment, right? because the arbitrary nature of codes doesn't seem to be true when it comes to DNA. Like a lot of origin of life studies seem to be indicating that if you wanted to use different sugars like xylose or arabinose or any different types of sugars, that it just wouldn't be as efficient as the current system we had. And that there may be some selective reason why our code predominates over others. But, that's still a question of open research. But it is a code in the sense that, like, there doesn't seem to be an explicit reason, right? Like, why, for instance, the relationship the ribosome has, why the ribosome has to have the specific relationship it does, right? Why is it the case, for instance, that the ribosome assigns reactivity to that it assigns a relationship between, say, amino acids and codon triplets, and doesn't do it right with codon triplets and, say, I don't know, like lipids, right? Because there is kind of a similarity in the type of the types of functional groups involved with reactivity, and in principle you could imagine something like that occurring, right? And so it doesn't seem to be the case.
Can I make a quick point, Immutable, just as sort of an analogy to address? I think the question you're raising is what I would say is why. And again, I'm kind of drawing an analogy to demonstrate that the question you're asking, because it seems God damn it, I can't think of terms tonight. That you're almost asking, playing devil's advocate. Well, why is it that the ribosome has, reacts with the particular chemicals that it does to produce certain other chemicals that have a function? And I think that's a good question. But for me, when, say, a creationist asks me that, what I would say is, well, why does carbon react with certain elements but not, like, say, like chlorine? Chlorine is one chemical that carbon actually doesn't react.
It feels equally as arbitrary.
Why does it react? Why does it react with all these other chemicals but not this one? And what I would go to again is the structure of the electron cloud, just like I would go to the structure of DNA. And the underlying reason why the structure of the electron cloud is important is just due to and I know you know more of the technicalities, Immutable, probably you, Speed, is that it goes back to quantum mechanics. There's principles there that tell us why. How essentially the point I'm making is, how do we know that there isn't some physical or chemical thing that tells us that, well, with the way the DNA is structured, it's only able to produce these particular chemicals that react in this particular way, which produce these particular chemicals? Because I would say that's based on, at least thus far, what we know of physics and chemistry, that's probably the case. The structure of DNA is the reason why it does the things that it does, and is capable of producing the things that it produces. But you know more than
like a very basic example. A very basic example I can give, like an Orgo one. One thing you learn is about what are called conformational states, and essentially what it says is, like, imagine you have a ring, right? A ring, and you can imagine it by, like, 6 carbons being attached to each other in a cyclic form. There's a very precise way of finding the geometry of that shape, and you can draw it in a clever way that kind of depicts what's happening. And you can also imagine that there's certain ways that certain hydrogens might stick out, or be related to each other in a certain way. And it turns out that certain kind of iterations of that structure are less stable. And it's for the reason that if you try to force a molecule to enter a weird kind of state, sometimes you may cause an unfavorable interaction between 2 groups that are very electron dense, or something that's just unfavorable for the system to have occur. It's likely that there's something like analogous to that type of question. It could be that for whatever reason, just be wrong. It's not a stable enough interaction, whatever. It's just like the point with D'Angelo, I think, is that it doesn't matter how the code originated. How the code originated doesn't take away from the fact that it's a code.
I would agree. Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
Like the fact that there's an assignment is independent from its origin.
Yeah.
Anyone else getting these Twitter warnings about staying back home? Is anybody else getting Twitter warnings about staying home tomorrow and Wednesday and all kinds of weird shit?
Because of the threats of violence?
Yeah.
I have not. I don't have Twitter open. I don't have Twitter open right now. So
I don't know. I'm not sure which stream I was following that I got it, but it was a bunch of ominous things about Michigan, and how something to do with the 17th is the QAnon movement or something in the 17th, and they're just
the 17th.
These people are deeply committed. They're deeply committed to this QAnon stuff, which is absolutely insane.
Bonkers, dude! It's so bonkers.
But they believe in it. I mean, I've seen the same thing. I'll visit this because I know it with flat earthers. When flat earthers can become extremely vicious and violent, and make wild accusations against those of us who debunk them, if they get to a point where they feel like their ideology is threatened, they get really agitated, and they say violent things. I've never heard, well, actually, that's not true. Some of them have done acts of violence and done crazy things. But they do some bizarre stuff.
There's some worrisome shit going on out there. I think
I'm spooked by the whole thing.
Well, we've got a large number of people. What is it? 74 million who voted for Trump, and certainly not all of them, but a good chunk of those people are bought into this QAnon stuff, which is detachment but societies or large groups of people can become detached from reality and believe in delusional things.
Yeah.
I think part of what it is too is like there's a kind of weird kind of almost, and I think this is creationist too, like this kind of like countercultural sensation that's occurring, right? This kind of desire to get attention by, kind of deliberately going against the grind of mainstream, science. Or in the
flat earthers want their stuff taught in the schools, and they are extremely upset that the globe lie is taught in the schools. If they had enough, but the thing is, Erica, if they had an actual political power, that's what they would push for. That.
God,
there's no question in my mind.
So concerning. I've got my concern through the roof.
Yeah. The thing is, Atheists have been trying that for like the past 30 years and haven't gone anywhere with it.
So for instance, ask a true Bible believer if they think that the moon is its own light, and they will say yes, because that's what the Bible says.
That's what they got.
And a lot of them won't think it through. There won't be flat earthers, or they won't be denialists in this sense. They don't. It's a disconnected thing. It's like, yes, well, the Bible says it, so it's got to be true. The moon must be its own light, right? But they haven't connected it yet with like the flat Earth ideology or things like that. But it's still a disconnected sort of non-scientific fact that's swimming around in their brain. But they believe it because the Bible says so. Like a lot of the things.
I just had I'm sorry, I'll chime in real quick.
Go ahead.
But I've had conversations with people who say they are Bible literalists, and just ask them, do you think Jesus was actually a door?
Well, ask them if you put your cattle in front of a striped pole, the calves will be striped.
Well, it's like, but they'll accept parables in the New Testament, but not any kind of imagery or parable or any kind of non-literal translation of anything that has to do with how the world is.
Well, it's kind of literal until it's not literal. It's literal for the parts that I want to be literal, and then if it comes to something that's too crazy, then it's all of a sudden it's metaphorical.
Yep. Yeah. It's very selective.
What you'll find though too is and it's very interesting. You'll find fights between flat earthers and creationists. Interesting.
That's fun to watch because I'm not really sure. There are people that will tell me, well, no, it doesn't actually say, the Bible doesn't say that. Yes, it's the cosmology of the time, but it doesn't explicitly say that. And flat earthers can come along and they got some pretty good arguments.
The thing is, the flat earthers and creationists are essentially using the same kind of rhetoric. Right?
It's totally, yes, totally.
And they're both appealing to
as we can see here, Leo is praising God right now. Holding up his hand like that. I think we've converted it.
Praise be.
Praise the Lord.
Praise be.
Praise the Lord.
All right, I guess you can go. Fucking shit.
Okay, so
goddamn.
Standing for Truth is going off. I made the mistake of asking this guy to see how cool who he was, and Standing for Truth is challenging me now.
Speed. God. Wait, in their live chat?
Yeah.
Why do their names always have like the truth or things like that in their name?
I know.
Yeah. Wait.
It's like if you have to say it, it's like if you have to say it, you're probably not doing a good job.
Speed. Okay, so this is going back to what Immutable was talking about. For all relations of some property X, which implies some property Y, there exists a definition of that relation such that that relation implies the definition of that relation, which I'm sorry, but I don't know how else to describe these things other than
you should work on describing it in a little bit more accessible. A little bit more accessible.
Essentially what I'm saying is that if X relates to Y in some form, then there's a definition of that relation that we can define in some way, i.e. we can say that X relates to Y by definition R, therefore R is a code because it meets the qualifications of the particular relation between the two of those. Which is why I would say that there is code in DNA, but DNA is not a code. Just like I would say, there is a code in the structure of electrons and an electron cloud around an atom, but the electron cloud around an atom itself is not the code. The code is in it, but it isn't.
So anything that relates to something is a code.
Hold on. I want to hear what John...
So anything that relates to something in any kind of tangible way has a code?
Yep.
No. Anything that relates to something in a particular manner of correspondence can be called a code.
Oh my, can I have a sandwich now?
Can I die?
Dudes, I've got to bail out at this wine.
I'm going to bail too.
Well, you want a sandwich too, Brenda and Erica?
What?
Let's all go have a sandwich.
Oh, let's do it.
I don't need a sandwich. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, so
I need a fucking sandwich.
I might
make
do
a
it anyway.
bacon sandwich. I'm gonna go make a bacon sandwich. What do you think?
Oh, you carnist, you horrible monster!
I'm a horrible monster. I love eating.
You carnist.
Every time I look at a pig, I just see bacon.
I think some moons over my hammy.
I'm pigogynist, something like that. I don't know.
Oh,
anyway, Erica's gone. Brenda's gone.
Have we not entertained our audience enough?
I think so. I don't know. You want to hang it up for the night, or?
Jesus help.
Yeah, I think we should. What do you think? Or I'll let you drive Immutable, and I'll go have a fucking bacon sandwich.
You drive me off the cliff. I'm not going to jump out.
You're driving.
Let it crash.
Driving.
Let it
You
fucking
need to
crash.
take away my predicate logic? No.
I'm taking away your predicate logic. Okay, guys. Should I end the stream?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, shit, we've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It might
Goodbye,
do us some...
cruel world. We're ending the stream.
Oh, Jesus.